Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to another late show. This is your host, Young Brando. I'm sorry it's been a very busy week, so I'm just getting back to you. Um, I've tried not to neglect this space, so I've been posting some exclusive content on Patreon in the last few days. So hopefully, some people caught up with that. But we have a lot of interesting watches to talk about, and I'm going to start with one that's not yet sold out. Let's check that out. So, Czapek, as you know, was one of the brands that spent the pandemic pretty well. And with their integrated bracelet, steel sports watch, they have really hit a new level. Um, I think that had to do with a number of different things. I think, again, they have so many great watches that are certainly not limited to the Antarctique. The Antarctique has a lot of great things about it, for sure. But I'm also a big fan of their Quai de Berg, which is their 7 day power reserve hand wound dress watch, basically. I like the fact that they also have a great chronograph. And I always love the fact that they are extremely transparent. Seemingly, they don't cut any corners. They are always very forthcoming with all the information about where they get certain parts of the watch that they assemble, true to the time honored Swiss établissage system, of course. And even when it comes to, let's say, something like the Czapek Antarctique, which they are presenting in this new full titanium execution starting with April 1st, um, and the Antarctique in general, that is the watch that has their first ever fully in-house caliber. First caliber that was conceived uh, in Czapek, by Czapek, and produced by Czapek. I think the chronograph caliber is made by Vaucher for them. I think Chronode has in the past provided movements and modules for them. And I think that's still the case for a good part of the range. But this is really their flagship, whether you like that or not. Whether, again, you think it is a completely original and unique watch, or perhaps carries too much of the traces of influence that it takes from the famous 70s genre as it's put on paper and as it was finally realized starting 1972 with the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Of course, Czapek, interestingly, looks a lot more like the Patek Nautilus, which I suppose was not coincidental at all. But I think it still has something to offer, and this titanium dark sector version comes one step closer, perhaps delivering that promise. The dial design is at once, I think, very plain and minimalist, but also highly original. It's a kind of sector dial, as you can already tell from the. I'm so sorry. It is, of course, a sector dial, as you could tell from the name given to the watch, dark sector. But it's not a sector dial that harkens back to the Art Deco era. It's a sector dial that has a certain futuristic cast. Um, for example, usually sector dials have this kind of reflection of sun rays, which double up as the indices on the dial, as the hour markers. In this case, you have two concentric circles of arcs or arches, I guess you would say. Sometimes my English fails me, so I hope you can indulge me. And the hours are actually indicated by the voids between these discrete um, arcs or arches that are laid out on the dial. Of course, there's 12 of them, and the gaps between them stand for hours. On the periphery, you have, of course, a minute and seconds track and a very nice and subtle accent of red that greets us both at 12 o'clock, or rather at minute zero, at the top of the hour, and also at the tip of the centrally deployed seconds hand. One thing that I really like about the dial of this watch, and one thing that allows it to preserve its balance, is the absence of a date window, which gives me a little bit of hope for the future, so to speak, because no matter what, I always prefer three-handers to time and date watches. Especially in this category, I prefer it so much more. I think a sports watch quintessentially should be worn carelessly, should be worn with a certain abandon. And to me, the absence of a date window conveys that. And of course, since date windows in the industry by and large are afterthoughts and installed on the face of the watch by a committee rather than the designer, they're almost always out of place. So, as a rule of thumb, you can rest assured that a watch without a date display will be more often than not a better design than a watch without a date display. And I'm ready to die on this hill. So if someone wants to debate me, jump on the panel. I don't care. St. Peter, thank you. And JJ, nice to see you too. Hope everyone is feeling blessed as I have felt recently. God bless St. Peter, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I decided to keep away from booze and liquor and the usual festivities, but I hope everyone else has a great day. Let's continue. I mean, one of the great things about this watch is its movement, and even on the titanium version, I would like to talk a little bit about that. But there are a few things to note beyond the dial as well. Um, the watch comes with its matching integrated bracelet. In this case, the interlinks that are formed by the initial of the brand, C or Ch, are actually grain brushed in the same way. I wish they kept that sort of treatment throughout that characterizes this particular genre of the watch. You know, the contrast of mirror polish and grain brush is basically, mirror polish surfaces and grain brush surfaces are basically like the birthmark of this integrated bracelet sports watch genre. So I was expecting that, especially at this price point. Look, I understand that they want to preserve the exclusivity on the face of increasing demand, without ramping up the production excessively, enormously. On the other hand, before they closed the orders, the stainless steel version of this watch was 19,000 Swiss francs. And now for the titanium, which I understand, it's a new design on the dial. It is a new material for them to work with. And as far as the case goes, they have paid attention to finishing it in contrasting modes of finish. But if you are going to charge 32,000 Swiss francs for this piece, which is a price point that is now at the level of this particular genre of watch from Audemars Piguet, from Patek Philippe, and it's not like these are easy to get anymore, you might as well, just go the whole 9 yards and have a bracelet, just like Lange had in their titanium limited edition of the Odysseus, a bracelet that receives that full treatment, that full contrasted finishing treatment. The interlinks most certainly should have been polished. I know for the stainless steel version of this watch, they offer a fully brushed bracelet for a different kind of look. I appreciate that. I hope in time, at least they will start offering that as an option for the titanium, maybe at a minimal upcharge, at a minimal additional charge. But for now, it leaves something to be desired, honestly. If they had gone, full sandblast or full grain brushed and somehow achieved a more uniform aesthetic and offered it at a lower price point, say in the 20s or 20K, low 20s, maybe I would be singing a different tune. But as it stands, I think that's a huge drawback, right? If you are charging me 35,000 US and even a little more than that, 32,000 Swiss francs can be, depending on how you are paying and whether you'll get taxed on top of it or not, it can quickly add up to 35 plus, which again, remember, it's 33,000 plus for the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo 16202. Again, you might say you won't be able to get it. I'll say you won't be able to get this one either. They're only producing apparently 100 pieces per year. And there will be that little window of opportunity on April 1st to get your order in. Not sure how many people will actually apply and run for it. I'm sure the price point will be a detriment. The price point will be something of a gatekeeper for a lot of people. But, unfortunately, that's a huge downgrade for me to not see a bracelet that received the same finishing treatment as the case of the watch. Or rather, I know that there are, chamfers on the edges of the bracelet that are finished and that make me think that it's mirror polished, but unfortunately these pictures are not that great. I can go to the press room and check. They have high resolution pictures there. The watch also comes with either a rubber band additional or or a gray, again, leather strap. Let's see. Yeah, you see, I mean, there's minimal contrast, but you can see the bracelet is mostly fully brushed, so it's actually pretty monotonous until you come to that polished bezel. Well, let's continue talking about the great things about this watch, which of course, one second, that picture actually didn't come up for you guys. Okay, let me fix that. So as you can see, this is a bracelet that has a quick release mechanism, which allows you to quickly swap it for a rubber band or a leather band, one of which they provide as part of the package. The movement, I think, is probably the showstopper. It is probably the main attraction, you might say. It has basically these lace like 7 bridges that hold together the gear chain of the movement, that are partially skeletonized and that have the interior angles and slotted flanks that um, some of which is of course considered um, the high point of high horology movement finishing. The movement itself, as I mentioned, is the first one to be entirely designed, conceived, and produced by Czapek, the SXH5. It takes some inspiration from the 19th century pocket watch movements that were made by Franciszek Czapek, who was at one point Antoine Patek's partner, until he was replaced by Philippe. And it has this sort of black sandblasted finish overall that gives the piece a very modern look. And I think that finish matches even better, perhaps, with the titanium version. The earlier versions of this movement had a different rotor, which was not only 18 karat pink gold, but also had different bearings. With that improvement, they managed to bump up the power reserve quite a lot, which is now 60 hours at optimum. And coming back to the transparency again, actually at full charge, it will run for 70 plus hours, but for optimal timekeeping, 60 hours is what they advertise. And again, that is very much unlike a lot of the major brands and even some of the independents, who always advertise what's highest. But especially in an age where price watches at a certain price segment have this rhetoric of chronometric precision as one of their added value points, um, it's a little dishonest to always advertise the highest number possible where your watch doesn't actually perform the timekeeping standards that you um, advertise as well. That's why, by the way, complicated watches or some of the most desirable um, pieces by major independents are the constant force pieces, right? Because again, one of the drawbacks of a mechanical watch, whether it's self-winding or hand wound, is the fact that when the power is depleted or near depletion, the precision of the watch suffers. That's why it's admirable again that Czapek advertises what the power reserve is at optimum timekeeping rather than what it can be until it comes to a full stop. Now, another, which by the way, 60 hours is easily over the most recent generation of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, right, which was the biggest uh, aspect of the upgrade that the movement received from 2021 to 7121. Another great thing that um, this particular piece, the Czapek Antarctique, has over the Royal Oak and actually has at the same level as the Patek Nautilus and over many other watches of the same genre is the water resistance, is the depth rating, which is 120 meters thanks to the screw down crown. And I think that's also important. Again, you know, at this price point, you expect the watch to take care of your morning wood, as the picture has here, make you coffee, and come back and cuddle with you in the bed at this point. So it better check a lot of these boxes in addition to aesthetics, in addition to good design, in addition to high level finishing inside and out. Obviously, it needs to perform at its best as a timekeeper, as a sports activity watch. And I think thanks to both the case construction and the SXH5 movement, um, Czapek Antarctique delivers on all accounts. And in fact, it does its job as well, if not better, than the stainless steel version, which once again is quite remarkable and something that puts the Czapek Antarctique ahead of a lot of the competition. So that's the new Czapek Antarctic dark sector in full titanium. Just a three-hander that thrives on this monochromatic, monotonous appearance. It does have a few luxurious details, and it does live up and really stand its ground with a lot of the definitive watches of the category. But now that it's priced at the same level as they are, I'm not sure if it can be recommended in the same way, especially since um, even with the very original dial, it's still a very iterative design. It's not entirely unoriginal. I wouldn't call it uninspired, but it's certainly not the most groundbreaking piece of design either. With each generation, I feel like they're getting that much closer to making a watch that is truly their own. Maybe next step will be just that. Um, but I think the price point certainly gives you something to think about. This is, of course, the larger case, still 40.5 millimeters, 10.5 millimeters in thickness. And for the stainless steel version, they still have a smaller piece that's 38.5. I would be on the lookout for other developments on the line. I don't think this is the only thing they have in store for Watches and Wonders. Certainly. Hey, how are you? Sorry if I forgot you in the back for a while. Hi,
Hello.
Washington.
Yes, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good.
Oh, what happened? Come back. Come back. I'll post the link again if, I mean, it's pinned there as well. I think there was a small problem. Um, Alex Rosa says, "Great watch. I met the watchmaker at the Watch Time event in New York City." Yeah, look, the CEO is just an incredible person. Xavier, or Javier, or whatever you want to call him. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's just a very enthusiastic, very engaging person. His passion for Czapek, for the brand, for all the watches they produce is infectious. Um, I have nothing to say about that. It's a brand that I respect a lot. So don't take me wrong. I was just nitpicking a little bit, but this is what the platform is about. So I hope it's well received. If it isn't, I don't really care. But no malicious intent behind it for sure. But yes, I do look forward to seeing one of the titanium uh, versions of the watch in person. Um, I really do like the face of the watch. I think it's a great start for making a truly original design. Um, I think honestly, maybe with a new bracelet design, I'm sure they take a lot of pride in it, and I do actually think it's an ingenious idea to have the brand's initial double up as the center links, but maybe it still looks a little bit too much like the Nautilus. So I'm sure that's a sticking point for some. Okay, he's back. Oh, he's gone again. What happened? All right, we'll manage it. We'll manage it. We will manage. Since I see Washington Football Fan in the Watch Art side chat a lot, I just want to share that piece of news. They have just announced that they're coming up with the second version of their watch, of the Lyric group watches. They are going to actually
An E2
produce an Etude number 2. They are preserving the same case that was designed by Mathieu Allegret. They are also using the same bespoke movements from Aggenor or Aggenor, AGH 6801. And the different part of the watch will be at the handset and the dial itself. As you remember, Bill Sanders talked previously on this channel about how they wanted to take advantage of this great design and the great movement that powers it to produce another watch, and they were probably going to go with quote unquote a simple upgrade, meaning guilloche dial, and they considered a number of options. The costs apparently could have been prohibitive at the level of hand guided rose lathe. This is the video where he explains it, and please subscribe to his channel too while you're at it. And they were also offered either stamping, which would have been the cheaper option, but also the CNC machine guided rose engine, and they went with that middle ground. The watch will sell still at that 9,000 Swiss franc price point, which I think offers quite a lot for the price point. So I highly encourage you to check out the video that I just shared there on your own time, and tell me if you like it. Tell me if you would join it. I'm still holding back, but I think this is a very exciting project if you're looking for a time-only watch, and you want something that aspires to the standards of high horology at four-figure price points. You want something that is highly original, that's only 99 other people will have at this point. That's the number of examples they're making of the second watch. And finally, you want something to which you can contribute as well, in the sense that you will be part of a community. Any design that is chosen that deviates from what is expected is most certainly decided by consensus, which is a great principle, I think. So no one is left behind, or no one is left with a watch that they won't like and they would rather not have. And you get to pay the price in 3 installments, which I think is a great payment plan as well. You don't get that option from many other brands. So I think it's an interesting project. At least give it a follow, check it out. Bill Sanders in general is a great fount of knowledge and a very good lecturer too. So this etude number 2 should be very exciting with the new Comlemin dial, guilloche. Jake Brooks, nice to see you, man. 1999. Thank you, JB. Thank you. So that's the other piece of news that I had from our world, from the world of watches. Here's the thing that I also wanted to share. Please hit the like button while you're at it. That really, really does help me. Christopher Ward. Again, let's check it out. They came out with 2 new models of their Sealander collection, C63 Sealander, the Snow Leopard and the Blue Marine. It has actually their SH21 caliber. Which was their first in-house caliber. Again, Christopher Ward is a watch company that is quite transparent about their methods. They have over the years crept up in price, but they still have a certain commitment to offering watches that are both affordable and offer something original. Their designs have over the years developed to something that is much more their own than being a version of someone else's. This is the C63 Sealander SH21 Blue Marine with the 5-day power reserve, date window at 3 and small seconds at 6. It has the brand's emblematic handset and their logo at 12 o'clock. The design is pretty much repeating what it promises, blue marine, and you have a kind of stamped wave dial, which if you like it, you like it. If not, there is the snow leopard option, which is again exactly what it promises, but we will get there. I think this is a very nice shade of blue. In a way, it does harken back to the hype color of the season still, it seems. But at the end of the day, at least it also lives up. It also speaks to the name of the watch and to the mission of the watch as well, because it is actually a limited edition that benefits the Blue Marine Foundation, which aspires to save by 2030 at least 30% of the world's oceans. And you can see that color is also replicated at the crown, I think. Hopefully I'm not missing something there. It's a largely brushed design out of stainless steel, but there are some accents there. And you get a self-winding movement of chronometric precision that has a 5-day power reserve, which is by now above the industry average, right, which is more around 70 hours. It's a twin barrel movement, which delivers, of course, 5 days of chronometrically precise, accurate timekeeping. I think this is a very cool piece. It looks great on the bracelet. Again, I like the case design. I kind of like the dial, the color at least, if not necessarily the wave pattern, which pretty much makes the entire watch. But hey, I'm probably not the intended audience anyways. This is a watch that you can pre-order already at 2,110 in US dollars, and it is expected to ship mid-July. I believe the Snow Leopard version is not a limited edition. It actually comes on kind of recycled material strap. Wait, does it come? Okay, I think it comes with an extra strap then. And this apparently helps the David Shepard Wildlife Foundation, but I believe it's not a limit. No, it is a limited edition. Okay, my apologies. The Snow Leopard is also a limited edition of 150 pieces, and it comes with an additional fabric strap in addition to the bracelet. That's pretty cool. For every watch sold, you are adopting a snow leopard. You're adopting a big cat. You can feel like Mike Tyson only from the distance, though. I don't think they deliver the snow leopard to your house. But just like the 5% of your purchase with Blue Marine goes to the Blue Marine Foundation, here 5% of your purchase goes to the Wildlife Foundation. And in this case, the price point is a little more attractive, right under $2,000, $1,925 specifically. The case is 41 millimeters in diameter, and I think it's almost 11 millimeters in thickness, maybe a little less. And in this case, you have a kind of polar white, snow white dial that is patterned with the spots of the leopard. So a little on the nose again, but nevertheless, I think this is a nice design. I like this a little more than the teal colored Blue Marine, honestly. Hey, Thomas.
Hi, mate. You all right?
Yes, nice to see you, man.
Yeah.
Do I have to talk about British watches for you to grace the podcast?
No, I was watching where you talk about the Czapek. I'm looking forward to seeing that Watches and Wonders.
Right. You are going to be in Geneva. Yeah. Tell me more about that.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm making my plans and getting ready for that. Really excited about it, and it's going to be a great time. Great time. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing all Patek and Rolex, Kronfeld. Yeah, going on the 31st of March, flying out there. So it's going to be a
And
great time.
you are going to be there for the 2 public days for sure.
Just for the Saturday, and then coming back on the Sunday evening. So bit of time in Geneva on the Sunday. So yeah, that'd be nice. But really looking forward to it. It's really excited about it. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I hope you are saving up, man. It's an expensive place,
I've
Switzerland.
spent a lot of money already on the flights and the getting out there. It's gonna be it's gonna be a once in a lifetime experience. It's gonna be really good fun.
No, I look forward to the memories you bring back. The experiences that you will share.
Yeah.
Great. What is one brand? We were talking about Czapek, and you mentioned some of the usual suspects. But what is one unpredictable brand that you look forward to seeing in Watches and Wonders?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Kronfeld. I want to see if they've got anything new on the table, and looking forward to hopefully meeting Bart and Tim, the Kronfeld brothers, and talking to them about their watches, and also Czapek. I've seen Czapek at a few watch shows in England, and I've seen also Rolex, of course, is going to be a very exciting time to see with the anniversaries of the Daytona and the Submariner, and to see what else spring upon us. Will they do anything for those watches? And also to see what they spring upon us, But yeah, the chronograph. I mean, that was the GPHG winner, and just amazing stuff. The Remontoir 1941, I love, and
I think that was the winner 2 years ago, right? The 1941.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I really like that new Czapek. It's 32,000
Swiss francs.
Swiss francs, isn't it? It's quite a lot of money.
It is, and the reason I said that, by the way, again, I'm not making the assumption that a titanium watch should be cheaper. Don't take me wrong, but when they closed the orders on the stainless steel version, I think it was like maybe December of maybe 2020. No, not 2021. I think it was last December, maybe earlier. Anyway, but it was 19,000 in Swiss francs. So
the
jump suddenly, it's a little much.
Yeah, the design of the sector dial seems to be a bit more expensive, doesn't it? But hey, is it really worth it? I mean, it's a novel design, but I mean, what they're making 100 editions of it.
100 per year, they're saying.
Yeah, 100 per year
edition, but they're only going to be 100 for order.
So I'll get to see that at Watches and Wonders, which will be nice, and all sorts of things like this that you're showing now, the chronograph. I mean, amazing. Yeah. Tantalum watch. The movements are just fascinating. The Kronfeld movements. But yeah, this Czapek is... I think it'll appeal to a lot of people who want to, like you say, switch around the bracelet to a strap, a rubber strap. I was... Oh, thank you, JJ.
JJ, thank
Yeah.
you so much. $10. Have a great time in Geneva, Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I was watching another stream earlier tonight, Bobby Leg's stream, and there's a man on there saying who lived in Miami, saying that he bought an Odysseus on a rubber strap because he sold a Gronfeld and bought an Odysseus on a rubber strap because the heat in Miami is so hot on the wrist. The wearing leather straps is a bit sort of too much on for wearing a leather strap for the heat.
I
So
can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
yeah, it'd be interesting to see that Czapek are now sort of introducing these integrated bracelet watches that you can also put a rubber strap on and have that ability to sort of mix it up in the heat, in hot conditions, places where you get hot weather.
And the thing is, Thomas, I mean, the drawback of the Odysseus is that the stainless steel version, I had heard some people of somehow finding a way to remove the bracelet and replace it with something else, a leather strap, namely. But I heard they did something with the end links almost by the second iteration already, and that's no longer possible. And with the white gold version, which comes with either a rubber strap like the one you see here,
Yeah, beautiful, stunning watch,
or there's a leather strap version too, but it doesn't allow for an easy exchange at all. So that's unfortunately a bummer for the Odysseus, that it's less modular than a lot of its competitors, even less modular than a Nautilus and the Royal Oak in a way, because those you can at least go to the boutiques and buy rubber straps or leather straps and have them put them on that. Lange doesn't do that apparently. And they don't have a precious metal bracelet for the white gold one as of now.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting. I mean, you've had the overseas where you can change to a rubber strap, and you've got things like this, the Odysseus with the rubber strap. It's interesting that people like to adapt luxury watches to wear in hot conditions. With a rubber strap, you get the AP divers, you get the other APs. What watch am I going to wear? Well, the group of people I'm going with are all wearing Rolexes. So I said, shall I wear a Tudor just to be on the safe side? But I've spoken to Swiss from the Swiss and John show, and he says everyone's going to be wearing Rolexes. Everyone wears the best watches. So I'm not going to wear my best, but I'm gonna wear my Z Blue Milgauss, seeing as everyone's wearing Rolexes, and I'm wearing that specifically because CERN is just near Geneva Airport.
That's true.
So I'm going to be wearing my Milgauss just to represent CERN.
Nice. Hey Mitch, how are you doing, man? Where you been?
Hi Mitch.
Good day, Lord. Good day. Is this Thomas Burnett, or is this just like a general Thomas? I mean, no offense when I say that.
Yeah, Thomas Burnett. Yeah.
This is Mr. Burnett, the man behind the brand.
The man behind the, shall we say, shaggy mascot. Fair enough.
Yeah.
The man behind Honey Burnett, but yes, that too.
I'm a big fan of Honey Burnett. I mean, as you know, Lord, I'm a big fan of their work.
Yeah. Thomas, if you didn't know, since we still, sometimes I might give the impression that I'm an adult man, and in fact, a very old one at that. But
That's for sure.
my brain still works at the teenage pace. So we exchange. We try to expand each other's spank banks through the Instagram direct messages.
Hey, don't need to go that deep. Hey,
That's a deep dive. Deep dive.
I'm just a provider of OnlyFans girls in their leaks. All right, whatever you do with them beside the point, that's on you.
Thanks for not judging, man. It's thanks for letting me be myself. St. Peter, how are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm very good, thank you. I appreciate the asking.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see you too, Thomas. I actually, the first time that I saw a moving image of you, so I heard your name shouted out by Tim Masso for probably years now.
Right.
Because like you're in his chat like every Monday, right?
Every Monday, yeah, always.
And he's like Thomas Burnett, who is this guy? And then like I saw that avatar with like that crazy creature, right? It's so many different streams. I'm like, who is this character? And it was actually YB's birthday. I remember you were there, and I watched that thing, and it's like for whatever reason, like that day, I just was doing my own thing, but I was absolutely tuned in, and I remember the conversation, and at the moment, don't ask me right now exactly what you were talking about because I don't remember it that vividly, but I absolutely remember you guys having like this very nice conversation. I was like, oh, that's Thomas, like.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so, and it's always so nice to, finally like in this
put faces to names.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know
that was the face reveal for me too, because Thomas and I can't say we go way back, but I do remember him, from the days of the 24-hour stream. I remember him from the chat in all these places, including Watchbox, but also Archie Luxury. I remember him shouted out, from super chats, especially through Archie Luxury. But my birthday in November was the first time I actually saw him on camera, so that was my my pleasure as well.
I came on, I showed you my vintage Omegas, didn't I?
That's right. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, just looking at some of the brands here that are going to be showing at Watches and Wonders. Langer, Ferdinand Batu especially. I'm really looking forward to seeing them.
That's right.
Wow. Lon Ferry, I've seen a lot of their watches before. I've seen a lot of the Cyrus watches before. Parmigiani, I've seen a lot of before. Patek, I'm really looking forward to seeing. Roger Dubuis, Resonance especially. Big fan of their pieces. Vacheron again. I've got an AD in town. But it's just gonna be a really exciting time, and lots of things to see. Yeah.
So great. Yeah, I was speaking of Tim Masso. I had a Tim Masso sighting in Los Angeles yesterday because I was at the Watchbox exhibition they have touring. I think Los Angeles is in fact the last stop. They have a whole little section of FP Jean that takes basically you throughout their production, like from early brass movements all the way to some of the newer stuff.
Yeah.
And they had probably, I will never in my life, unless I go to the manufacturer, but even then, I'm sure they don't keep many watches they make. I don't think I will see so many De Bethune watches under the same roof. They had duplicates of the Digital. They had.
I love the DB28. So they're really
They
feeling super soon, aren't they?
they had they had umpteen variations of the DB21 Stradivarius,
Yeah.
jams with jam sets, case bands. They had the DB01 case number 2, the mono pusher
Really? Wow.
phonograph. It was amazing. I have some nice footage which I'm gonna roll out over the next week. But
Brilliant.
it was just great. The hospitality they have shown was incredible. Armand was the gentleman who helped me, but I had the pleasure of meeting Mike Manjos as well.
Oh,
And
yes,
I
yes.
love that guy. He does Around the Crown with Tim, as you would know.
Yeah, yeah.
It was very nice.
Yeah, I'm hoping to meet hopefully meet some of the Watchbox team, Watches and Wonders, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of YouTubers there. There's going to be people like Teddy Baldassar and all the usual suspects, Adrian Barker, and
Some of them are just suspects, but
yeah.
yeah, not the names that you mentioned. So.
But it's funny with Watchbox. Like I've always I know that they are this gray market dealer. That is it. Sorry, what is it's Govberg, right? Danny Govberg started the company.
Actually, it's
his father.
Much bigger than that. So it's the other way around. Watchbox is the capital group that bought Govberg Jewelers.
Oh.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure Govberg now has a stake in Watchbox in the same way that Bvlgari has a stake in LVMH. So I'm sure they are connected that way. But I met the CEO as well. I met the CEO of Debetun, and Debetun is actually owned by Watchbox wholly.
Really?
Yeah.
100%. I thought Watchbox bought 25% of Debetun.
I think it's 100% to my understanding.
Wow.
It might be just a stake. I might be misinformed. They do have their autonomous structure. Don't take me wrong. It's not like they are suddenly turning the Debetun into churning 5,000 watches, 10,000 watches. Don't take me wrong. It's still Pierre Jacques, who is the CEO. It's still, of course, Denis Flageolet, who is the
mastermind artisan. Yeah.
But I think I feel they have a majority stake rather than just a 20-25%. But I might be wrong. I haven't been in their books, so.
And Jordan MJ owns a piece of them, right?
MJ has a piece of the Watchbox, and I think some of the celebrities that you see in their collectors as well. I'm sorry I'm forgetting, but who's that ex-NFL player who is like a big-time morning show host now? Michael Strahan. I think Michael Strahan also has a stake.
Oh, is he the one who was wearing the 5990R at the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Right, I remember that. I called that watch out at the Super Bowl party that I went to. I made a point of telling everyone, "Oh, he's wearing a Patek 5990," and everyone looked at me like they looked at me like, "What are you talking about right now?" I was like, "No, that's it's." I tried to explain to them how awesome it was, and then of course I had to get super aggressive and start talking about the value of the watch. I was like, oh, well, but by the way, it also, if you wanted to buy one, it would cost. But at first I was like, no, it's like 2 different time zones and it's a chronograph and it's solid gold. I started talking about all the geeky stuff, and eventually I was like, yes, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's what they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I saw that thing from a mile away,
Yeah, I mean, I remember you were the one actually who put me on, I think, to the fact that he was wearing that as well. I just wasn't paying attention. I was mostly focused on Rihanna.
Yeah.
Just like everybody.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
It's
I
the
mean,
main focus. Yeah.
look, I mean, all respect to ASAP Rocky. I think I've always liked them too, so I think they make a nice couple. But yeah, that's
Well, you know, a lot of the discourse about the hype around the Midas right now, the King Midas, is about Rihanna because she
right.
has that custom engraved Queen Midas, and you know, like
I mean, to be fair, who gives a shit? Honestly, who gives a shit?
I do actually.
I do, yeah, I totally do. I mean, apparently, like the King
Fair enough.
Midas, they weigh more, like in terms of their gold weight, they weigh more than a day from a similar era. Like, there's actually more gold in the Midas than there is in a day, and it's a super super thin design. So, like that to me is fascinating. Like how is it that this incredibly low profile watch somehow it's like there's more gold in it than a day?
To be fair, I'm not sure. Maybe she has a very delicate wrist, but that looks like a King Midas to me. I might be wrong though.
Oh, you know, it actually it might be. It's possible that it is.
Yeah, I mean,
don't.
the King Midas was around when people were buying the Piaget Polo, the original Polo. And before any of the other big name watches were around, if you wanted a gold watch, you bought King Midas or PJ Polo, and before the it was before it was Royal Oak time, or before it was
It's a little discreet under the pug's paw, but this is Valentino. Valentino Garavani.
It looks like he's wearing like a Cuban link bracelet next to it also.
Yeah, but I mean, and whatever else,
and the rest.
He's certainly very, very extravagant, very flamboyant dresser. Great. I think he has a great style. I think a little too much on the spray tan for my liking, especially on a man. But then again, he's not a man like me or you, so that's okay.
That is true. At some point in time, you have to differentiate,
Yes.
But one thing I did want to say though, like when I hopped on, I know it was like right at the same time that Meech did, but it was when just to roll back a little bit, and I apologize if it's off topic, but the when you were talking about the Odysseus, the Langa, and like the integrated bracelet aspect of it, and then like they like either started welding them on or like permanently attaching them, and to me it's like, okay, if you look at the design of that watch and with the whole bracelet and the first whatever the end link is that attaches to the case, if it is removable, then I think it makes sense. But once they start making that thing permanently attached, if it looks like it's separate, like I think if you pull up all right, yeah, so you could even see it right there. So there's like this extra line like in the case, where normally you would imagine, like if that was the conventional lug, you could see it on all of them, right? Like the end link, there's a vertical break there in between the end. Like it looks like you want to be able to remove the end link, right? Which makes sense if it's removable, but if it's permanently attached, why would you have that extra line?
I mean, that might be, again, it's not like I know half a dozen Odysseus owners. That might be just some information they fed to people. Maybe it's just something to discourage people to mess up with the bracelets, because I have seen pictures of someone who has changed it with a leather strap, and maybe they didn't appreciate that. But yeah, that's what I heard. I hope it's not true, because again, as much as we love the integrated bracelet genre, it's a lot of them distinguish themselves on their modularity these days. So that's something that's missing from Lange's offering.
It's a great watch, though. I mean, it's a day-date watch, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think, Meech? I know you're a Rolex fan, but comparing a Rolex day-date to a Lange day-date, what do you think?
I mean, if we're talking general terms, the Lange, it's. I mean, it requires a lot more money. It requires a lot more patience. It's a flex piece, right? You can wear this Lange day date into a group of Rolex fanboys, and you know for a fact that you've got more money than these guys, right? Fuck these guys. Fuck these pathetic pieces of shit. You can walk in there and say, I've got a Lange day date. You fucking broke punters.
Right.
You couldn't afford this watch. You couldn't afford this watch if you want to.
Meech gets down to brass tacks every day, every minute, every hour. He knows what really matters.
Meech, that's why you get a day date watch in the first place, right? That's the purpose of the day date, to say
flex,
like off
100%.
Yeah,
To flex on the broke punter, saying like, I've got a watch that costs more than your entire bloodline. Go fuck yourself. This is why you buy this watch.
So, what are you looking forward to Rolex releasing Watches and Wonders, Meech?
Not a whole lot, honestly. Not a whole lot. I gotta be frank and honest. Can I be frank and honest with you, Thomas?
Yeah, go
Thomas,
for it.
Can I be frank and honest with you?
Do it.
I quite like everything in the Rolex lineup, but I gotta be honest with you. I don't think it touches a candle to Lange.
Right.
That's very interesting. Okay, I haven't.
Maybe you're a new investor, even though they're they're owned by Richemont. You're still buying into the.
No Rolex fanboy can fucking say, regardless of what they purchase, no Rolex fanboy, whether it be the Daytona, whether it be the solid gold sub, no fucking Rolex fanboy can say I got a better watch than a Lange fanboy, because a Lange costs more. Simple as that. It costs more, and that's why the Lange fanboys can take a shit on the Rolex fanboys, because they know they got less money. Every man's dream should be a Lange owner. Everybody should dream of being a Lange owner, and that's that. Because Langes have money.
I'm very surprised by this take. How about half broke punters like us who aspire to get a Lange one on the secondary market?
Oh, forget about it. Forget about it. Buying the entry level Lange, forget about it. That just screws broke punter energy. You should be able to buy the Lange day date without any credit card. You just throw it on the cash and you'll be able to buy it. That's what you should be able to do.
Well, I've heard that works at every AD. Like if you go in with a big enough stack of cash, like basically whatever either in catalog or off catalog model, they're like, oh yes, excuse me, sir. We've been waiting for you.
You follow the logic of sales, right? A good sales rep will not allow the customer to walk out with cash in hand. That is a good sales rep. He will not allow the customer to walk out with money in hand.
That's true. I mean, even if they have to forcibly remove it from the person unwillingly.
Exactly. Exactly. If they have to take a crowbar and fucking beat the motherfucker across the head, take his money, that's a good sales rep.
We don't recommend such tactics or any sort of violence, of course.
Hey, no, of course I don't. Hey,
I also don't think we recommend.
Hey, that is the Rolex lineup. Hey,
I don't think we recommend walking into any store with that much cash.
Yeah,
in general. But you always hear these hypotheticals like, oh, what if I walked in? Oh, I want the ceramic.
They don't give a shit.
I want the ceramic skeleton Royal Oak. Like, what if I walked in with 100,000
cash? Let me tell you something. You can walk in with $80,000 cash in hand, and Rolex will still not give a flying fuck about you. They won't. Simple fact. You walk into a Breitling dealer, they'll suck your dick for free if you walk in for $80,000 in cash. They'll suck your dick for free, 100%. Because they're desperate. They're a desperate brand. They're dying. Nobody likes Breitling. Nobody wants to buy Breitling. But you walk into Rolex at $80,000, they don't give a shit about you.
Wait,
They don't.
what brand are you talking about? I don't think I've ever heard of that brand before.
Exactly. Nobody gives a shit about Breitling. Nobody gives a shit about Breitling.
Oh, mate, you're harsh. You're harsh, aren't you?
Hey, I'm just stating a fact here. Nobody fucking wakes up in the morning and says, "I'd like to buy a Breitling watch." Nobody, not a motherfucker.
know
No matter
people
how
who
broke
do.
they are,
I kind
nobody
of
says, "I'd like to buy a Breitling watch at full retail price."
I'm
I know people.
I want a 60s reference 806, like
Yeah,
another time.
806, 1959, 806.
Heavily discounted. I'm willing to bet though. Like you wouldn't pay full
Yeah.
retail price for that.
Well, no, they're going over retail price now. You can't get them.
Nobody wants a Breitling. Nobody wants a Breitling.
Have they ever made a platinum Navitimer?
Yes.
What surprised me? It wouldn't surprise me.
It was actually so when they did those re-editions in collaboration with Fred Mandelbaum, they basically did them in 3 metals. They did the 3 versions of the Navitimer 1959 reference 806, and they did the Copilot Avi 765 in stainless steel, which I think are already sold out, in pink gold, which you can still find even in boutiques, and in platinum, which I'm sure you would still be able to get, but is prohibitively expensive. But yeah, they have it.
So it is current. It would be described as current catalog.
Yeah, but why would you want to buy this though?
Those are reissues. So this is the kind of watch they were aspiring to when they were making the Navitimer re-edition.
It's an icon, Meech. It's an aviation icon.
I don't give a shit if it's an icon or not. Like, you can't make money off this fucker. Like, you can't. Like, why would you buy this garbage?
You buy
Wait a
it
second.
to
Wait,
run.
did you get into this hobby to make money?
Oh, yeah. Oh, far be it from me from any other motherfucker who gets into this hobby to make money. Oh, yeah. You know, duly charged with a crime. Fuck me dead.
But that would mean that you would have to sell a watch to make money.
I've sold quite a few watches, honestly, but that's beside the point. Look, nobody wakes up in the morning, like I said, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I want to buy Bradley. All right, Tudors, fine, sure. Omegas, yeah, okay. Maybe even long jeans, it's acceptable. But who the fuck wakes up in the morning and says, I want to blow all my money on a fucking garbage Breitling? Nobody.
I know people who are big Breitling fans, as they've got a huge following. The Navitimer.
Well, they're idiots.
Okay, Mitch, calm down just a little bit.
All right, fair enough. Okay,
Big Papa, why do you hate Breitling so much? I mean, I've never heard of the brand, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now. But
That's
I'm just curious.
point. You never even heard of Breitling, so why the fuck are you in this conversation? With all due respect, why the fuck are you in this conversation?
Oh.
That is a good point. Touche, my friend. Touche.
Look, I'll say this. Look, if you're gonna buy Breitling at least like the third owner. All right, that's where your money's at. That's where your value's at. Don't buy Breitling brand new. Don't buy Breitling as a second owner. Buy Breitling as a third owner. Like, that's where your money's at. That's where you're going to get the most bang per buck. I'm not a huge fan of Breitling. Sorry, I'm not. I like their designs, but I wouldn't pay full retail for them. No way.
A couple of things I'm interested in seeing Watches and Wonders is there's talk of IWC re-releasing the Ingenieur. And
that could be good. That could be really good.
I'll admit, I like the idea. I like the designs. I like the idea, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, well, there's been talk of that, and what I really want to see is Zenith re-release actually release a dive watch for once. I'd love to see Zenith release a
Like
dive watch.
a high beat one, like a El Primero dive watch. That would be cool.
Well, not necessarily a chronograph, just a dive watch. I mean,
I don't see Zenith doing it though. Unless
I know.
Zenith can copy like Rolex, because Zenith copies everyone else's design but their own. Like they copied they copied the Daytona, they copied the Audemars Piguet. Zenith doesn't have an original idea in their name, so they're gonna have to copy like somebody like Omega, Glasuta. They're gonna have to copy somebody in order to make the diver legitimate. And I
No,
just
they
don't see
didn't,
Zenith doing it.
they didn't copy Rolex. I mean, they're
Bullshit, they didn't. Fuck me dead.
no. What you mean with the Chronomaster Sport?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, they took a lot of design cues from it, but they've got.
All right.
Harry-
What about the Defy? I mean, I hate to kind of like really hammer you here, but the Defy was an easy rip off of the Royal Oak. Come on.
Well, let's put it this way. I will give you something, and I will take something from your point as well. So
The dichotomy.
Zenith Defy actually was released 5 years before the Royal Oak. So this version, which is actually an original design and which preceded the Royal Oak and has this octagonal case and with those white chamfers, and that they revived here. That's an original design. Now, the way they revived it, focusing on that 14-sided bezel, I think is much more of a Royal Oak vibe than something original, and not something that I aesthetically appreciate. But that's not their problem. I know they are trying to do something different with the dial pattern, but at the end of the day, of course, that harkens back to, in a way, to the tapisserie dial. The best thing about them is the fact that they have the flashing seconds. They have that 1/10 of a second sub dial, which is truly their own, and which is an adaptation of the high beats movement for a time only watch, or a time and date watch in this case. So I agree with you. When it comes to the Defy Skyline, it feels unoriginal. I wish they did something much more specific with the revival model, but they haven't.
The one thing I could say about the geometric shape of that bezel, though, that kind of makes sense to me is, I mean, it's 12, right? Like, I think you may have said 14, but
14. It is 14.
14.
No. Am I miscounting it?
Well, what this one looks like to me is that there's a flat perpendicular facet for each like hour marker. And although it doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing as the Royal Oak bezel, there's some logic in it being derived like the dodecagon, the 12-sided shape, like it being derived from the 12 hour markers. Like, to me, like, I see the logic in that, right? Where it's like, okay, each hour marker has its own flat shape on the bezel, but it's funny with like all these decades, right? Somehow still the Royal Oak, even though it's got 8 sides and it doesn't line up with the hour markers, it doesn't matter. It looks better. Like, it just looks better.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. But I mean, I feel like if you can't come up with original design and you have to rip off of already established design, look, I give Seiko modders the hardest time, because it's one thing for, like, let's just say like Zenith, right? It's one thing for Zenith to take inspiration, right? But at the same time, they do technically come up with their own designs. But it's one thing for the Seiko mod community to rip off completely, one for one, a Patek Philippe, a Rolex, an Omega, and they just throw the fucking Seiko symbol or the Seiko branding on top of the modified design. It's
Needs-
clearly a fake watch, and you just threw
Needs
Seiko on
woke
it.
up
Like,
and chose violence today.
I absolutely did chose violence, actually. And quite frankly, I feel like this shit should be called out more. Like, it's what the fuck? Come up with your own design. Come up with your own design.
Oh, 14-sided. Weird.
No. I was pointing my mistake. 14-sided for the revival. You're right. I think for the Skyline.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. So I didn't even realize they had two different. Wow,
So this is-
that blows my mind that they would come up with 14 sides.
This one was originally, in its original form, was released in 1967. It's pretty faithful as a reproduction, down to that ladder bracelet, which I mainly
This
hate
isn't terrible.
because I have very hairy arms, as you guys know. But yeah, the Skyline version has a different bezel, which is less faceted, and I guess that is
That's fascinating. So, but the original design was the 14, and then they somehow corrected themselves, even though their correction still somehow doesn't look as good as the 8-sided.
And the original.
Look, I still think this is a good look. I
think it has too many facets. 14 or 12, it has too many facets, and once you remove that, this time you are left with a tonneau-shaped case that screams too much, like Royal Oak. So I don't know. I mean, it's, again, people give St. Peter. You and I, we get a lot of flack for the Odysseus and for the Octofinissimo because we sometimes wax poetic on the design, even though, especially in the Bvlgari part, we haven't actually put up the money and but continue to talk, right? So it's
Right. Well, I don't have the sub yet, man. It's like I can't. There's that core. You have to build the core collection.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think that's an interesting approach, but you might have to. You want the sub before, I understand, and
well, you already have one. Easy for you to say.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we have to move away from the from this idea that everyone has to have a Speedmaster in the collection, everyone has to have a Submariner in the collection. I think that's a little barren. You might need one, as much as I need, a Royal Oak, and as much as I need
you got
the
Royal Oak.
But it is what it is. What I wanted to say about the Zenith is, look, I mean, again, as much as we get flack for the Odysseus and the Octofinissimo, at least they're original designs.
Right.
Lord, I believe every collection needs a redhead. Wouldn't you agree, Lord?
What was that?
I believe every collection needs a redhead. Wouldn't you agree, Lord?
I think honestly, for a redhead, I can hang up, for the right redhead, I might hang up the boots, man. I might actually retire from the game. I might retire from the game. Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah. And I mean, I feel this is especially appropriate to talk about on St. Patrick's Day, of course.
Exactly. S&P, you should actually become a member, if you will, between me and Lord when it comes to the Instagram chat.
Oh my God! I don't
quite
know
interesting.
If I can get it.
It's quite
I don't
interesting.
know if I can get in on that. I mean, I'm sure I could get deep in on it, but I don't know if I'm ready for that right now.
Yeah, he's actually St. Peter is actually a socially adjusted person who is in a healthy relationship, Meech, unlike the two of us. So maybe you don't want to pull him in.
Hey, you know what?
Except
there is no harm in exploring your options. There's no harm in looking at the menu. Hey.
Right,
long
right.
as you don't own it.
And hey, listen, especially if your loved one, if your partner is into that kind of thing and they're into a non-conventional
Should I,
thing, even
since
better,
wait, Mitch, since we went into this exploring options thing, should I hashtag red pill or something? Is this what we are becoming now? Is this where the
Hey, man,
it's only black.
may as
It's
well.
only black pill here, man.
Hey, plug in that Instagram at arayfitness.com. I mean, hey, she's sticking off. Hey, at least in my opinion.
The notable redhead that for whatever reason keeps coming up in my feed is Ice Spice. That's the one who
I
keeps
think I'm
popping
familiar
up.
with that.
Yeah, Ice Spice
Surprisingly enough, I
for
think
whatever
I'm
reason.
From
And
Maria?
she was popping off. She's from the Bronx, right? So legit. But she was popping off a while ago, and I was kind of like, who is this person? Yeah, exactly. So, but I don't know. I mean, I assume maybe her hair is
Ice
that,
tips.
Oh yeah, she's got the bust down Santos, of course, right? That's like the quintessential, like new rap money watch, right?
Well,
Everyone's got an iced out Santos. Like Lord sent me a picture. He's like, did you notice the iced out Santos? I'm like, I don't.
Lord was like, check out. I'm thinking about getting this Meech. Do you approve? Like, should I?
No. Like, I sent him a message back. Like, I don't think the iced out Santos is real. Much like your tits,
my tits are fully real.
Yeah, they're definitely real.
Look, I would love a Cartier
She has some fire watches. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the RM I think it's possible that she just recently got that, but I think so. This is actually how I found out about her, from the most recent, that last photo with the green kind of preppy outfit. I think that was from New York Fashion Week, or one of the recent fashion weeks. And this photo shoot went viral, and I was like, who is this person? How come I've never heard of them? And I just completely
being a big fan of Lil Nas X, you had to learn.
Lil Nas is a very interesting character. Like, if we're talking
very
in general,
very fascinating.
Yeah, he's a very interesting character.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's Nas's son, right?
Well, probably,
Or
but he's also like, look, I think more people have a very interest in him and being a devil worshiper. I think that's what more people are concerned about, honestly.
Because he did a music video where there were demons in it.
No, I think apparently his latest if you go to his concerts, his live concerts, apparently he does a lot of shady things. Like before his intro, like before his concert starts, apparently he does a lot of worshipping. Look, who am I to say? But hey, it's very interesting.
Freddie Gibbs has a bust down Santos also.
Yes, I was gonna say, but I'd rather bring up the picture. But yeah, he's next to Tank Davis there because they're fighting on April 22nd. Gervonta Davis versus Ryan Garcia. It's gonna be a decent fight. Yeah.
Very nice. In the full circle, man. This takes it back to your world of boxing. It's all connected.
Didn't you have a Santos Meech? You had a Santos.
I did, but the movement malfunctioned. Look, I would love another Santos.
That's fake news, propaganda.
To a degree, I would love another Santos, but I just can't trust it. I just can't trust Cartier anymore.
Did you have a blue dial, or a medium? That's a medium, right? No non-date.
Yeah, I had the basic white dial, but look, I would never trust another Cartier. I would never trust another Cartier ever again because I feel like they're gonna malfunction.
Yeah, my came with like an 8-year warranty.
Wait, Saint Peter. For those of us who don't speak French, can you pronounce that once more before Saint Peter takes us somewhere?
The Cartier Santos. I would never trust another Cartier.
Perfect.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, vas-y. Thank you.
When I bought my Cartier It was from a guy wearing a horizontally striped shirt and a beret, you know. And he was like, "You must pronounce it."
Did he have a baguette in hand?
Yes, baguette in hand,
Beret?
yep, red beret, dark navy stripes, like white and like almost black, but like notice.
String of
I
onions.
know, like it is what it is. Like I don't trust Cartier. Like anybody, I just don't trust them.
No, you're right. Because Alex Foti, the watchmaker, he says he speaks badly about Cartier Santos. He says that the movement when Cartier service
movement sucks.
they take the movement out and swap it for another one because it's
A
That
refurbished
doesn't shock me. That's not a big deal to me.
one. Oi, who the fuck left this cunt on?
Ooh.
What is going on?
No, but I mean, the Cartier is at a price point. Honestly, I don't think that's the worst thing to happen. But Meech's story on that movement, you know, dying, that's not cool either, though. You know, I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying the movement swap for the price point for the customer. It's not the worst thing that could happen, right? I don't think.
You know what? Oddly, I would love another Cartier. I fucking pondered it, but I just can't get over the fact that the movement malfunctioned in less than a year. Like I can't get over it.
No, I agree. I'm the kind of customer who would really dislike that. Like I wouldn't really forgive that too easily. Like I drive Toyota.
Oh, who are we
To
kidding?
me,
Ozzy?
reliability
Like,
is
you wouldn't like
true
watch if it
luxury.
wasn't hype. Is that true or not?
Sorry.
You would not like a watch if it wasn't hype.
No, look, the Santos has enough hype. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I'll tell you what doesn't have that much hype, and it's the Temps Americain medium in steel. That doesn't have a lot of hype around it.
That's a fair point right there.
You're right.
Every time I wear that watch, I'm like, this is so fucking sick. And like the only thing that I don't like about it, and it's because I know Cartier has made thinner profiles in that particular range. It's like they change their K shapes a lot. You know, this is like another reason to just always go back to like the Rolex fanboydom, right? Where like they're so strict and they make such incremental changes that you don't see that kind of stuff happening. But even still, just recently I was on the website and looking at like I bought this watch less than 2 years ago, and they've already changed the class design from the one that I have, and I think the case back is just slightly different. I might be mistaken, but I believe if you were to buy the exact same version of the watch that I have, yeah, which is that one, I think they changed the clasp on that. Like
Look, I think they're all pretty. I love looking at like the back catalog, you know, vintage or neo-vintage Cartier. It doesn't even have to be that old. They've discontinued already. And it's just surprising. Their sort of niche in terms of design is to try to like defy proportions and expectations. So it's fun.
I know what you mean, Ozzy. They're design masters. They've got some great designs in the back catalogue. I love the tank myself, St. Peter, and I really do. I think it's a great watch.
You know, I mean, this particular one, I always wanted the Centre, and you know, yeah, I could have shopped around they're pretty much always in precious metal. And I could have shopped around for like a pre-owned and like maybe tried to buy vintage, you know, but I also I bought this from like the same AD that sells me. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. I bought this from the same AD that sells me Rolex and could also sell me Patek and Omega and like all that stuff, right? So to me, it's like I'm letting them know that like I'm not just coming in just buying one brand. I'm interested in buying these other brands. I have a very particular taste. This piece was order. They didn't have it in the shop. I said, no, I want that one. I want it in this size and I want it in this metal. And they brought it in for me. And I bought this before I even tried it on, because I knew that the larger size probably was a little bit too big, and I don't think I made a mistake. I really love this thing, and it fits really well. It's super comfortable. It keeps relatively good time. It's not as accurate as the Datejust. But
Does this have any water resistance?
It's poor. Unfortunately, it's poor water resistance. I think it's just, wow, look at that thing. That's
Wow.
wild.
Is that a
That
cone?
almost looks like a oyster case. That's wild.
Well,
I love this watch. I'd take
Wow.
this over a Reverso.
So I
Oh,
wanted,
fuck
this
you,
was the
Ozzy.
first. No, this was the first. This was, you made a really good point, because I wanted a rectangular case piece in the collection, and for me it was like, money's no option. It would have been the 100-year anniversary Tongcentre that was like really a very honest homage to like the original release, with like the Breguet hands and like the super like crazy curved like hyper thin case. But I just like, I mean, I'm nowhere near being in a position to be able to even consider getting something like that. So it's like, well, what's the next best option? And like the American, although they have platinum versions that are limited edition that are super expensive, like you could still get them in the catalog before tax. It's below 5,000. I think for what
Wow.
you get, it's still very expensive, because you don't get water resistance, you don't get a bracelet. Like I genuinely believe the Santos is, for the money you spend, probably one of the best buys you could get. Either that or the Solar Beat, the Tank Solar Beat, because they're so cheap and it's such an iconic design.
Wait, I agree on the Santos. It seems like there was must have been a period of time where they weren't increasing the prices, because that should easily slide into closer to 10,000, and it isn't. On the Tank Solar Beat, where's your love for that one versus like just the Tank Must? What's the difference to you?
It's cheaper. It doesn't come with a bracelet, unless I think there's an option. I think the base Solar Beat is like 2,700, 28, something like that. It's solar powered. It's got like the vegan leather strap, which is like part of the the brand's like them trying to do their forward thinking thing. But it's
Yeah, I
very,
replace it with alligator immediately. It's cool.
of course, but it's very honest to it's very honest to the tank, the original tank design. So
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
being able to get into something that this brand provides an exceptional warranty. Like the base
Yes,
warranty that
yes.
you get is, I think it's 5 to 6 years, and then all you need to do, and I went through this whole process, like when I went to my AD, they were like, hey, here's the thing, here's the card, like all you need to do is register, we'll help you with that process. You get an extra 2 years, so it's like
Yeah.
almost 10 years. I think it's 8 or 9 years
Yeah,
warranty.
something like that. I bought my mum a Tank Must, and I couldn't be bothered filling out that form.
Right.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Sure.
No, I honestly tried. It didn't work. Like the website didn't work when I tried to fill out. I'm like, whatever. I'm not
I
gonna
had
do
a
that
similar
anymore.
issue in my case, but I eventually got it. I eventually got it to work. I just
Yeah.
think like for me at these price points and the type of person that I am, and I do think this it's like a type of frugalness that I think once you reach a certain type of success, like a certain wealth, like it just doesn't even come into your calculus anymore. But for me, I can't remove myself from this. It's like I break down the cost of an object for its warranted lifespan. And I started doing this with Apple products because they're really expensive. But when I had ones that exceeded their warranty period, I was like, oh, great, because when I, in my own mind, said, I buy the extended warranty, the product lasts me 3 years, I break down the cost over what am I spending per month? Is it worth it for me to buy that? And then you hear about these stories of people that have, Rolex watches from the 70s that still work. And
Now-
Right.
I'll say this, St. Peter. I mean, I do have a watch from late '60s from Rolex that still works, but I never had an Apple product. Like laptops never lasted for the full 3 years, much less more than that. It usually breaks down right after the warranty expires. They time that really well. I mean,
They do.
there's a term for it, as you know, planned
Des-
obsolescence.
yep.
So
Designed obsolescence. Yeah. Sad.
Yeah, I don't even bother looking at warranties typically. Like, but you're right. At this price point, like thousands and thousands of dollars, you do have to start getting a lot more concerned about warranty. In general, I would just prefer things that just never break, and try figure out which brands are actually delivering on that, and not just what's warranted garbage.
hmm Well, I think,
mean-
a brand like Rolex is one of those brands where you pay a premium for it. Certain models, you either have to have spend history or wait a really long time or be charming or sexy or whatever it is to be able to get those pieces. But when I think about the premium that you pay and you break that down over the standard 5-year warranty, to me, it's like, okay, that's what I'm paying per month to own that object and to potentially be able to wear it out or just love it on my own or just keep it in the safe and look at it, even though I would never do that. Like, I have enough scratches on the date just now that it's like, I just don't care. Like, if there's another scratch, I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. But it took me a long time to get there. It took me almost a year and a half to be okay with putting more scratches on it. And I'm actually,
I think that same experience for me about a year and a half before I started saying, you know what, the sub's good. Like it's
good.
fine.
and I just keep thinking like, hey, even if I were to lose, like, which I know most likely it's not going to happen, but even if I were to lose half of the value 5 years from now, like if somehow I had to sell it for half the value 5 years from now, I got 5 years of use out of it and I still collected half of what I
Right.
paid for it.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of steel Rolex, honestly, and maybe there's other things it extends into. For like women's handbags, as best as I can tell, like the curve is directly linear going to zero with respect to condition. But I've been doing like a lot of research on like Panda Daytona, like prices recently, and like, yeah, okay, unworn one's going to set you back about 34,000, but a complete, someone used it as a beta for the last 5 years. It looks bad. It's missing 2 links, no watch, no box, no papers, is going to be like 28,000.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if I can treat my, mistreat my Daytona and just wear it every day and just completely mistreat it, lose the box, lose the papers, DJF, and it only cost me, like 16%. It's like, live life for 16% of the value. It's fine.
And that's one of the reasons why, and of course, like, YB is like the master of finding these great vintage deals.
Right.
But I haven't gotten into that world yet because, like, I still to myself am saying, like, okay, I know I'm not this big spender, like, at these brands, but like maybe one day they'll sell me a Daytona or a Sky Dweller or like something like that. Like one of the pieces that's like hard to get at retail, and like I'm not the guy who's like is like buying all the fancy expensive pieces, but like maybe one day they're like, you know what, like you're like a good client, you've been coming in here for years, like yeah, you earned it, like we'll give you this one thing. And like even for me, like that one time, because I know the value retention with the other stuff and because I'm very particular with what I buy and I'm happy with everything I buy, I won't buy a shitter just because. To me, it's like it's worth it to try to trace that and make it be part of my process. And as long as I'm happy with the stuff that I buy, it's cool. Like maybe I will never get that steel Daytona at retail, but maybe they'll sell me a 2-tone.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ozzy, what do you think is the future of steel Rolex? I mean, as a jewelry brand, they're heading more towards precious metal now, aren't they? And
it's hard to say. Like one thing I can say, like, is that someone's talking to me about like values of Daytona again, and I said, like, he implied that he would have trouble wearing it, you know, the value, whatever. And I said, look, the value retention wise, it's not that, you know, you can wear it. It's like, it doesn't shave off, you're not going to shave off half the value. It's just not going to happen, even with tremendous amounts of wear. But one of the things we have to keep in mind is that we're in sort of like the second, third generation of watches, and people have already seen these things go up. And typically when you get into collectibles, people assume that you could do the same thing again. As in, if someone safe queened a pre-Daytona, you know, chronograph, that's going to be worth tons of money. So they're putting these in the safe with stickers on, putting them away.
Sure.
But just like the people trying to put, you know, vacuum sealed, like, you know, Nintendo Switch games away forever, they're never going to be the same as like Nintendo 64 games, right? That ship has sailed. Too many people have that idea. If there's any watch in the world that has more, there is no watch greater than this in terms of number of watches that are sitting in safes with the stickers still on. The stickered Daytona is probably one of the most common watches ever in terms of
sad but
awards.
true.
I know at least two people in the community who have watches like that.
Exactly. And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying they're never going to get premiums like you're seeing premiums on, you know, the vintage stuff is what I'm saying. Is like everyone's got the same idea. Okay, get the stickered Daytona, put that in the safe. I'm not saying you're going to lose money. I'm just saying, like, there's probably more stickered unworn Daytonas than there are ones that have actually been worn. And that's what my AD tells me. She goes, no one wears that watch, she tells me when I wear it in.
But also, I mean, I want to say this. Even then, look, there are a lot of very interesting collectible Rolex references. You can refer to, you know, 6034, 6234, you know, two different very desirable pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs. And if you just compare it with sticker price, it will seem like, you know, they have completely skyrocketed. But if you actually compare it to the highest levels that ceramic Panda Daytona has gone, it's not all that much. I mean, you can still get some pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs in stellar condition under 50K easily. In today's market, maybe less than 40K.
I love pre-Daytonas. They're so much nicer than the Daytonas.
So at the end of the day, I think completely agree with you, Thomas, by the way. I desire a lot of those watches more than the average Daytona, even though I like actually the 5-digit quite a bit. But what I was going to say is, I think the professor says this too constantly, we live in the golden age of watches, right? I think at the highest point before the quartz crisis, there were maybe 650, 700 Swiss watch manufacturers. Today, there's more than 1,000. Luxury watches have never been desired by such a huge group of people, globally speaking. So the way people look at watches today is different from how watch enthusiasts have been looking at watches for all this time, let's say since the 70s, when these things became collectible slowly but surely. And I don't even need to tell you what that event coincides with, cataclysmically almost, you know, the quartz crisis, right? So there's a connection there. Nowadays, people want the newest, shiniest, hypest, all these things. So the fact that when people run after the Nautilus, the fact that people run after Daytona, the newest independent brand, is not necessarily going to reflect on every single example of watches similar to it as we go, you know, as we are pulled into the future and as we go back looking at some of these previous references. So that's why I think it's it's very fickle to look at watches as an investment in the abstract, generalized way. I think Ozzy did a great video on this when he focuses on the stainless steel Rolex sports watch genre as a bankable investment because you have decades of data as to how these prices have trended on the secondary market. And you can come up with certain data points based on that. And there are some gains to be made, but not in the speculative way that some people have gained from watches in the last 3-5 years. I think that's a much more unpredictable environment that people people didn't come to terms with it yet. I think it's much like, a lot of people have made money in crypto, but between the recession and the way some people lost in crypto, like they lost in gambling, some people lost their life savings in crypto too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, what I was referring to with Rolex being a jewelry brand more than a tool brand now, and was the fact that, say, this year maybe they'll introduce a Coke and maybe a right-hand drive Sprite, and they wouldn't want too many GMTs in the range, so they may discontinue the Pepsi and the Batman. So they just have two GMTs in two different colored GMTs in the range, and they then may reintroduce the Pepsi in a gold format, just in a gold format, a white gold format, or a yellow gold format, and they're sort of driving the Rolex sort of format,
Driving the price points up. Yeah,
driving
so
driving the format into precious metal. Yeah,
I think in one way I agree, in that I definitely think Rolex do want that. The reality is, though, is I don't think their clientele can actually afford that.
No, not if you're talking about me as the clientele.
Right.
No. But for me, I'm like when I'm 50, like the day date for me is like I'm already right now is like I see the day date as like that's my 50 watch. Right.
Yeah.
Like that's where like I want to be when I'm like, oh, I'm 50. I'm not fully retired, but like I'm working on my retirement plan. I'm far enough along in my career. I got the fucking full solid gold Rolex. Like it, for me, the solid gold, especially if it's new. I know right now I'm considering buying a new piece off the catalog where I could buy a vintage piece that's a solid gold day date. But I want to buy the solid gold day date from the brand. I'm considering a 36 platinum from the brand because who else talks about that? How many times do you hear people, oh, the 36, the platinum 36 day date? That to me is fucking cool, right? Like
please ask Meech's opinion on 36 millimeter.
36
no,
platinum.
I'd
36
go
platinum.
36 gold, but I'm totally down for the size. And but for me at the moment, I don't see why you would pay the MSRP to get the new one, because like you can get neo vintage ones at fantastic prices, and everyone just sees the gold Rolex. It doesn't it doesn't matter which generation it's from.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, we're talking about, in my case, this is like it's 13 years from now. So who knows what's going to be 13 years from now. Like I just don't need to have, like I said, every once in a while you see these deals. Like I just recently saw a couple very interesting auction results for vintage platinum day dates. I think one of them was on Loop This. It was a gem set dial, solid platinum neo vintage day date, like combination baguette and round cut, or small baguettes and rectangular baguettes at the 6 and 9s, full platinum, neo vintage, and it sold for like around 20. Like that to me is like what a cool watch to be able to get. You know, like I mean, listen, I know everyone wants the Panda, but if I was going to a watch meetup wearing that neo vintage full platinum day-date with diamonds on the dial, and there was another guy there wearing a brand new 2022 or 2021, 2023 maybe. Oh, it's a Panda. Everyone's gonna be like, yeah, it's a Panda, but the platinum day-date is gonna people are gonna be more fascinated by that.
100%. It is kind of weird, watch meetup versus any other setting, because at a watch meetup, the hype watches are almost passe, and then any other setting, it's hard for it to be passe because no one's ever seen them before.
Yep.
They don't even know it's a
listen,
Rolex.
I
Most
might
people
just
would
be
have a
influenced
clue.
because I'm in New York and I fucking go to these meetups. And like I saw a guy, like one of the events, one of the most recent watch events that I went to, there was a guy wearing a rose gold Vagabondage 3. And
Nah.
I didn't even talk to him. I just saw it from like 3 seats down, and it was just immediately recognizable. And I looked at that and I was like, holy shit. Like the level, like I just realized like I'm just never gonna be at that level. And it's okay. Like
Yeah.
it's okay that I don't have that watch on my wrist, because from 4 seats down, I knew exactly what the watch was. Like I could see it and I knew exactly what it was, and I knew the story behind it, and I knew like a lot of the design ethos around it as well. And that to me was like an entry point. Like I could have potentially walked over to that person and been like, man, like that is an exceptional piece that you have. How did you get that? Why that one?
We talked about it. Remember that François Pajon designed the whole thing initially for Cartier, and that's why it's in that case shape. So I'm sure you could have used that as a conversation.
Right. I know. I always forget this stuff. You know, you get like I feel like with some of these designs, like I get it. I just get starstruck by the thing that it's like, oh, it's that icon, and I in some way I kind of get lost by that, but I'll try to remember that now. Yeah, I remember the tonneau shape, and so this goes back to what is this the one that was like linked to the Tortue also?
So the case shape is not just another tonneau. It's basically exactly like the Cartier Tortue. It's
right. That's
1,
it.
1, 2, and 3. Basically, it starts with him. Well, he did a lot for Cartier, as you know. Part of it is familiar to people from the 045 MC caliber that he designed with Denis Flageolet in Technique Horloger Appliquée for
the monopoussière
chronograph. And so he was apparently doing a jump hour watch for them as well, but they just scrapped the project, and it took Osvaldo Patrizzi to come to him, and he was having like an antiquorum anniversary and wanted him to design a watch, and there was not much of a lead time since he couldn't design something from scratch. He just grabbed the cases he had for these from a drawer, and then he went to work. And then his own clients wanted some. The Vagabondage series came about exactly in that way. Designed for Cartier, realized at Osvaldo Patrizzi's request for the 30th anniversary of Antiquorum auction house, if I'm not mistaken. And then he started making them for his clients as well.
This is one of the coolest watches in my opinion. I mean,
isn't this scary though? Like there's a huge difference between a watch meetup watch versus everywhere else.
I listen, dude. One of the reasons why I'm like, man, like I might have to get out of Rolex and get into another brand is because their designs are so ubiquitous and recognizable that just in the general public, like I just don't want to wear them. You know, it's like you see the Cyclops, you could see it from across the room. The
Yeah, it's like
oyster,
the
the oyster
Explorer.
bracelet, it's
But,
super iconic looking. The fluted bezel, like all this stuff, like you see the shit from across the room. It
Yeah.
stands out like a sore thumb. I genuinely think you could wear this piece, this six figure. I mean, what are these? These are like a $250,000, $300,000 watch, something like that.
I mean, since it's always a limited series, I don't even think they have them. So you will have to go to the secondary market, and I'm sure there it's probably $250,000.
And it, you could probably wear this thing around and no one would know what it was.
Exactly.
The only people who
Right.
are going to know who it is are people who are specifically looking at Jorn.
I mean,
but
look,
is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not saying everything has to be a flex piece, but this is flexing at the watch meetup, but then
I think
everywhere
it's-
else it isn't.
I think it's a little exaggerated, honestly. I'm not saying these kinds of things will be immediately recognizable on the street, but again, New York is pretty niche. I go to some watch meetups here. I see pictures from other watch meetups. It's still largely hype pieces, and people do give still a lot of kudos to hype pieces. If they didn't, there wouldn't be hype around them. Let's be a little rational about our thinking here. I mean, they are still given a lot of credit in the watch community. If people didn't care about them on that level of consciousness, there wouldn't be a hype.
No, of course. And listen, no, I don't want to throw any shade to the Panda. Like I know Ozzy is like a very proud owner, of the Panda. He wears it like the whole deal. I mean, there was a period of time when I was like, I really want that watch, and then I actually started to gravitate towards the black dial more. So for me, like of the current, like the two steel pieces that you could get, like that's the one for me that like resonates with me more. But I generally think like I actually may be responding to hype. Like I think like the fact that I want the black dial is because for whatever reason, like it somehow the hype maybe is off-putting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very hard to make up your own mind when you sort of have to allow yourself to like what everyone else likes, and you don't know if you should or should not. It's very hard to make a decision about whether or not you actually like it. Is it me just being a sheep? Are the sheep correct? It's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And I've been there with this watch.
Can I say one thing? I'm sure at least Thomas would appreciate this. So in that exhibition, one of the centerpieces of the FP Jaune wing was this very watch, the 30 years anniversary Tourbillon.
T30.
It's sterling silver mid case with guilloche decoration and pink gold bezel, pink gold crown, and the hinged case back is also in pink gold. And it opens like this, beautiful mirror polishing.
Right. Wow.
And this is the movement.
That was the Watchbox show that you went to?
Yeah.
So this watch, like so many of the other videos that Tim has done, he did like a great video of this. And I realized when I saw it, I was like, this is the coolest two-tone watch I've ever seen.
Mosso, we are talking about.
Right.
Yeah, it's so plain and so simple on the face of it. Of course, it has the blued, Breguet hands, and it's like a tribute to to Breguet anyways, who is, of course, at least on the patent, the inventor of the tourbillon, right? So it's a pretty movement, very unique watch. Of course, not everyone uses sterling silver as case material in modern time, not anymore. And it is, there are understandable issues with it, of course, on an everyday wearer especially.
So that's
pretty-
twin barrels, is it then? That one? Yeah.
And there's a lovely rose lathe guilloche on the case back too.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
pretty cool piece.
Really has got that pocket watch styling on the hunter
Right.
case back, isn't it?
Ozzy, sorry about it. So you were talking about the Daytona.
Yeah, Mitch was just hating on people's builds, man.
Oh, I think you were
Love
going
those mods.
going back to your theory, Ozzy, right? The fact that at the end of the day, some people get caught in the hype and they want the watch at whatever expense, at whatever price point, and other people get caught up in the hype. And I've been guilty of this at some level, not with the Daytona, but with some other watches. And you shun the watch without necessarily considering it on its own merits because it's hype.
Right. It goes both ways, and both are nasty. Because in both ways, you're denying what you truly want. And if you're paying this much money, you should get what you want.
Yeah, good point.
As well.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that, shunning watches because they're hype, and yeah, very guilty.
Well,
of that.
I feel there's a lot of people who have a hype watch, and then they'll make excuses. That happens a lot.
Wait. What kind of
Oh, I got it
excuses are we
before it was
talking?
hyped up.
Oh,
It was like,
okay. All right.
doesn't matter. It was kind of a compliment that it's hype, actually. But some people will see it as a negative thing about the watch, or so. Well, I don't know why they do it. There's all sorts of reasons why you may want to pretend that the watch isn't hype, or that you didn't get it knowing that it was hype, or something like that. It's basically, I think some people see it as you're a sheep or something, right?
Yeah,
To get what you want, but
wanting to be individual, wanting to be more individual, and have your own tastes, and show the people that you've got individual taste rather than follow the sheep, like you say.
right. But you're not achieving that if you do get one of these. So you just got to own it,
Right.
It's just like, don't worry about it.
My-
It's like, yeah, it's
My buddy that bought the 20, he got it was like a 2020 or 2019 41 mil Royal Oak Chrono black dial. Beautiful watch. Like every time I see him, I want to try it on. Like I've tried it on a couple times. It's just so nice, And like recently, the past couple times I've seen him, and like I've hung out with him, I've like refrained from like wanting him to ask. I've refrained from wanting to ask him about it, and instead I've just looked at it. Right, like I've looked at it like on his wrist and just observed the bracelet and all that kind of stuff. But it's hard for us because
Sounds creepy.
right. But it's like it kind of is in a way, yeah. Like I'll admit to that, but it the perspective that you get when you're wearing the watch is different when you are looking at someone else wearing it, and that experience to me has been unique. Like I don't often look at other people wearing watches because I've been working from home for like almost 3 years now, and I'm just looking at the fucking internet, and I'm looking at wrist shots on Instagram and stuff, and the idea of like seeing watches out in the wild, like that actually is the rarest scenario for me. Like I usually
Right.
I'm consuming this content online, so it's especially to me, it's like really nice. Like when I in public, if it's someone who either is a friend who I don't know through the watch community or a stranger, and I could start connecting with them. Like every once in a while, it'll just be someone with some entry level, whatever. And it's like, I really want to be able to connect with people that way for that reason. And, but this person we've already established, like, oh, this is like, we're both kind of obsessed with this stuff. And for him, I think he's into the flex, to the flex thing. Like he definitely wants it to be a trophy. Like he wants to show people like, I have accomplished this, or like yeah, exactly. It's the, and he has a solid gold day date, but it's a day date 2. It's bigger than that one. It's much bigger than that one, but he's got the day date 2. And now he wants the solid gold Royal Oak also. And I'm like, oh, you're gonna get a 3-hander, right? He's like, no, fuck it, chrono. And I'm like, dude, you already have the chrono. Like, if you're gonna get a solid gold Royal Oak, like, get a different one. Like, don't get it. Like, you're gonna have like 2 Royal Oak chronos, like one steel, one's rose or yellow gold, whatever. Yeah, I'm like, no, get a 3-hander. And then I was like, you should do, if you really want to flex, get a perpetual calendar. He was like, what? Like perpetual? Like, I was like, yeah, dude, like you got to get a perpetual calendar, right? And
does he know the concept?
I think he does, but maybe not in that much depth, And like, I made sure to let him know, like, they're really expensive and the service costs are really high. So just be prepared. Like, if you're going to get into this, like, you're going to be paying the premium, but
it's not like AP fixes their chronos for a song either. So not to worry too much. I mean, it's kind of, to me, I understand it. It is like, a Royal Oak already costs a lot, but it's like a sports car, man. I mean, if you can't afford to maintain it, just don't buy it.
Right.
Yeah. So he has multiple sports cars, So it's definitely like, get the perpetual calendar, man. Like, if you're trying to flex.
The other option is also, just have a good watchmaker at hand. You don't always have to send everything. An AP perpetual calendar might be something you should send to the manufacturer. I'm not saying that, but if you have a local watchmaker, most of your collection could be serviced, especially if you live in a metropolitan area. If you live near a metropolitan area, you have no excuse. I mean, you have to establish a personal and professional relationship with a watchmaker. If you have 10 watches, maybe one is a perpetual calendar, unless that's your collection. Everything else can be serviced, up to chronographs. It can be vintage Valjoux, it can be modern Rolex, it can be anything in between. Most watchmakers should be able to help you with that. And in many ways, it's going to be much more hands-on. You're going to communicate in person. You won't have all these misunderstandings about, oh, I sent my watch to Rolex or Omega and I wanted, the watch had memories for me. I wanted to make sure that they don't polish it at all and it comes back polished or whatever. I mean, you won't experience that with someone with whom you deal face to face. So
I just want to comment, like, on your observation about observations. Seeing watches in the wild outside of like a setup, like watch meetup or something, but actually seeing them in the wild is really extremely rare, even in locations like, I imagine, New York, and like, for example, the casinos in Las Vegas, where people are wearing the flashiest thing they can. It's still hard to find people wearing, genuine luxury watches, and any kind of observation about what is common or uncommon, it's just out the door. Like, variance is just so high. I mean, in my personal in the wild sightings, I've seen more Nautiluses than Daytonas, and I've seen more Hulks for some reason than regular black subs in the wild. Like, none of that makes sense, but it's just so weird what our expectations are about how rare these things are, who's wearing them, stuff like that. And then you see, what are your observations from in the wild and seeing people wear them? What does the watch look like from 20 feet away, and you get closer? Is it or not the piece that you think like a creep? I'm stalking around the blackjack tables. What do you wear?
I have a pretty good eye for this kind of thing. I remember the first time I arrived in Southern California, every time I went to Beverly Hills, I would see at least 3 Daytonas, mostly on women's wrists, by the way. After the pandemic, it mostly disappeared because people are genuinely scared, rightly or wrongly, but they are genuinely scared of wearing immediately recognizable watches in public. I think with common sense, most of this scandalization of crime can be avoided. Don't always wear your best watch when you are less guarded, when you are going to get drunk, when you are going to have a wild night, when you are going to sit outside in the most busy drag of the glitziest neighborhood of your city. But that doesn't mean people aren't scared. So a lot of times nowadays I see luxury watches, but it's much rare, and it's usually the less the less predictable suspects. If it's a Rolex, it's not a Daytona. If it's a Patek, chances are that it is something complicated and old than a Nautilus. It can be a Royal Oak because AP wear is an AP wear. I think that's a particular and I say this as someone who loves the brand.
Yeah.
It's undeniable. I mean, it's such a cool watch. It's so hard, I mean, I kind of want to throw shade at the offshore, but there are offshores that I really like. So like, I'm not even going to do that. Like, I could say like, oh, like the new ceramic beast, like we talked about this before. It's like, I mean, I want to be like, oh, it doesn't have the same effect as the other ceramic watches, but it's still so cool for what it is. Like,
can we do like a panel round table on this subject? I want to ask the question: what's the watch that let you down the most in person? Thomas.
The watch would let me down the most.
Yeah, like you thought it would be something, and then in hand you're like, oh, okay, putting this back down.
I like that cringe moment, Ozzy, the way you vocalized it.
Yeah, why was this in my head? This is.
What do you think, Thomas?
I don't know.
We'll get back to you. How about Lord, young Brando?
For me, I think. Yeah, I don't want to get too much hate for this, but I think it was the Nautilus.
Oh,
I remember the first
the
time
hypest of the hype.
I mean, I hated, by the way, to turn the phrase, that Ozzy used to call out some people, and you are free to call me out on this too. I hated it before it was hyped too, because I always thought that it was just, because the story is that basically both of the designs, Royal Oak and the Nautilus, Janta basically drew them, overnight, right? That, of course, I mean, I'm not going to get into a phenomenological argument about how that's the work of decades and decades, materializing through his pen. That's exactly how it works. On the other hand, for me, I always believe the story completely when they say he just drew it on a napkin and passed it to Philips stem because it looks exactly like that.
Right.
Something you would draw to a napkin. I always thought that it was way too wide for how thin it is. I always thought that it looks too much like a human face, but not a healthy one.
But are these opinions formed once you got it in hand? Like,
yeah,
Okay,
because I always, I was always a fan of Janta. I always was a fan of the Royal Oak, and that was what I first sought out when I was in the US. This is somewhere between 03 and 05. So, and then in that time period, then I said, okay, there's this that Janta designed as well. I want to see how that watch looks like. I study it from pictures, etc. Then I finally get one on the hand, and I was like, woo, the proportions are just off on this one. But again, I do recognize its value. For me, my analogy to this is, if you're familiar with European soccer, I think at least I have Thomas on my side, so he will understand this analogy. The two major European cups for club competitions is the Champions League and what is now called the Europa League, right? Champions League trophy is like a gigantic Greek urn, like postmodern Greek urn or something like that. It has these huge handles that look like big old ears, which is what the Englishmen call it sometimes. So it's uglier compared to the UEFA Cup, which I think is a much more streamlined and suggestive design. But the Champions League means more. The European Cup means more, pure and simple. So I'm not going to contest what the market has decided. The Nautilus is a more valuable watch. It is a bigger hype. I understand that. I don't like it. And it's something that I realized exactly when I put it on my wrist for the first time. I thought it had some potential before that.
So I would agree with young Brando and totally about the Nautilus myself, but I'll pick another watch, and I've got to pick the Daytona. I hate to say it, Ozzy. The Daytona for me is far too small, totally illegible. I find it just
you're not wrong.
That's what everybody says. Everybody says it's too small, it's illegible.
I can't. I look at it and I just can't read the time. It's too busy. The dial's got too much going on. It's just not for me at all. It's just totally overhyped, overrated, and I can't deal with it. It sends my head into, it discombobulates me. It sends my head into a spin. It just
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So I think a lot of people probably experience the same thing with the Steel Daytona. They'll pick it up and not realize the thing that we're clamoring for is a small watch, and you can't read it. Don't even bother trying to use the subdials to time anything. Really pointless experience. So you're not wrong.
Yeah. How often do people unscrew those little pushes and use the actual chronograph? It's just a
never. So can you see where my chronograph hand is? If I zoom in. There we go. Do you see where it is?
Is that like 5 or 6?
Yeah, just to keep it out of the way.
Oh, right.
Just leave it there. Screw it back down. We're good.
Nice.
I was like, that's there, not because
it doesn't block any of the
timed
text.
something that was 6 seconds. Nah, this is where it blocks the least amount of stuff that I might actually look at. Do I have to operate the clutch every now and then? Is this bad for the watch?
I don't think so. The thing is, I also, Thomas, I think some part of this comes with I guess, our admiration of the older chronographs and just vintage watches in general.
Yeah.
I know it's not, it's not the most practical at this point in time. Not only the reason you have so many vintage chronographs, even the ones that are well kept with dials fucked up beyond recognition, is because of humidity ingress, of water ingress, of all sorts of things. And pump pushers are partly culpable for that. But nevertheless, I just find them, one, because of their piston-like appearance, somehow more akin to the spirit of a chronograph. I'm
Yeah.
completely romanticizing here, so
So I totally get you. I get that romance of a pump pusher much more than a screw down pusher. Yeah.
On the other hand, I do like modern Daytonas as well. I do like more recent models, but a vintage chronograph, with a Valjoux based movement any day of the week for me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Black Bay Chrono does anything for you, Thomas. I know it's a new production watch and everything, but
It's okay. The snowflake hand is a bit. I'm not. I like the snowflake hand. I really do. I've got two to myself. I've got a P01, but I don't like it on a chronograph.
yeah, I can't blame you on that one.
I don't like
Seems
the snowflake hand
ridiculous.
on a chronograph. It does look ridiculous. Yeah, it looks out of place.
Well,
Um,
I don't think it looks out of place. It's just wrong, right? It's slightly different. Like it doesn't make any sense to use
Yeah,
that
it's-
hand on that watch, but it doesn't look bad.
It
It
covers
doesn't look that bad.
It doesn't look
it's,
bad.
covers
like,
the subdials. It covers the subdials too. It covers the sub registers too much. I
right,
think.
but it looks like between 10 and 11, and between 1 and 2, and between 4 and 5, like there's like a
Just use
couple
it then.
ranges of the dial where
Yeah,
it's
just
like,
use it then. You don't have to use it all day. What are you doing?
yeah.
Racing is at noon. Okay.
No
That's
one's
fine.
using subdials all day. No one's using subdials all day long.
Well,
We
can I intervene as an aesthete then? I want to take full advantage of the visual contrast of a panda dial at all times
Right.
during the day. So, smaller and even skeletonized hands might be an interesting touch. I think, look, I actually, in this case, I agree with Thomas as well. We seem to be patting each other on the back a little too much for the last 20 minutes, but indulge me.
What's the vintage version of this? I pulled. I don't know my Daytona
They're
references well enough, but
they're different.
I mean,
We'll
apart
show
from
you a
the
couple of things.
size of this thing, this is, draws a lot of inspiration from older Daytonas.
Yeah.
Let me.
But I thought maybe, Thomas, because you were describing the size of the modern Daytona, which is still bigger than older Daytonas, I think. But the Black Bay Chronos, it's like a vintage Daytona but blown up.
So as we're digging into this, I just want to throw my 2 cents in because I didn't get my chance. It's a sky dweller. I actually thought about this, and that's and the only reason why it is the sky dweller is because of the thickness. So it has nothing. It has nothing to do with like the dial or the legibility or any of that. It's just because when I first tried on a sky dweller, I was like, "Holy shit! Like this fucker is thick." like that was it.
I agree on the Sky Dweller. It's very easy to like that watch, I think, for good reason. But it's big. It's really, really big.
Yeah,
The photos
42 mil. I can't remember how thick it is, but I totally get you some Peter. It's really thick. Yeah.
If you have the wrist for it, fine. But for me, I tried it on. I was like, I don't think I would.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be a daily. That's for sure.
I recently told my friend, he was like in this little phase where he's really coveting the blue Sky Dweller. I'm like, man, it's not that good. Just save your money and your effort and just get a date just, and then you can even get the Jubilee bracelet. I mean, or at the time they just had the
Fluted
blue
dial?
yeah, just get whatever friggin' dial you want. If you really like that blue Sky Dweller look, just get the blue one with the stick dial. It's a nicer dial than the crazy stuff that's happening on the Sky Dweller. I don't know. It's a no-brainer to me to just get a date just if you like the Sky Dweller.
Oh, the big block. Yeah.
Yeah. So of course these are, these belong to another era of the brand. They're still pretty decent watches, both visually and in terms of an everyday wear. I mean, they have completely gone crazy in price. At some point, they are getting back to rational levels again. These run on the Valjoux 7750, as you can probably tell from the layout and the date display at 3 o'clock. But aesthetically, they are very similar, of course, to what Rolex has been producing over the years since the introduction of the Daytona.
Just like to say, does Steve feel happy St. Paddy's Day? Yeah.
Sir. And he also says, I dislike Tudor with a passion. Please do.
The Tudor is a great brand to hate. It seems like, a lot of people have very strong feelings about them.
Speaking
They
of,
do. I always assumed anyone who hated them was just doing it tongue in cheek.
I mean, I still want that. I want that bronze. I want the full bronze with the bracelet. Black Bay, man. I want that thing. I wanted it ever since day one when it came out. I was like, I want that. It's so cool. I like the ceramic one too. I wish they had a full ceramic bracelet. Black Bay.
That could be an interesting proposition. I am a big fan of the bronze myself. I think eventually I will end up getting it until, but again, I'm holding off on any other purchases until I get my coil open. So hopefully that will happen at some point.
I gotta say, on this topic, I guess I didn't put in my piece, but I won't say my true stuff. We're on Tudor right now, and honestly, a lot of Tudors have actually been a watch where I was really hyped about before seeing it in person. Specifically, the Black Bay ceramic. I kind of like, oh, don't let me see that. I'm going to buy it as soon as I, try it, I'm sure. And then I saw it in person, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just didn't love it immediately. I don't know. I thought it was something that would just, like, hit me right in the chest, the black on black on black. I'm like, how could I not love it? And I wasn't pulling out my wallet. I don't know. It's sort of a lack of feeling when I picked it up.
I think actually you're exposing me a little bit here, Ozzy. I think overall as a brand, that would be exactly what I would say as well. But that, again, I say this not with hate, but also not tongue in cheek, because a lot of Tudor's line, when it comes to, especially the iterations of Black Bay, are great for me. But a lot of their other watches are just a little too thick. So the minute I see them, and even the minute I hold them, I'm completely taken by the aesthetics, by what they inspire, by what they evoke from the common Rolex Tudor archive. But when I put them on the wrist, it just doesn't sit well, or doesn't sit like I expect from a watch that looks like that, which is essentially a vintage watch with a modern build, right? So it does kind of let me down in terms of my expectations from it. But I like the Black Bay 58 throughout. Every single watch in that series I do like.
One thing I found about Tudor is that they do two-tone really badly.
Yeah, that does look horrible. I mean, you did identify that correctly.
Yeah, they're two-tone. That rolled gold is just so cheap looking, and so, I mean, yeah, I mean,
you gotta admit the full bronze looks good though.
They need to leave it to the luxury brands.
Mr.
GMP.
Sorry, Tom. Mr. GMP. 2 Aussie dollars. Awesome panel, gents. Stay sexy. Speaking of which, yes, Thomas, as the sexiest member of the panel.
Thank you, Mr.
You know,
Jameson.
everyone loves, loves nicely shaven head. So you have that above all of us.
No, it's just hair loss.
Well, me too, but mine doesn't look cool. So,
Yeah, they need to leave the gold, the two tones to the bigger brother Rolex, and just leave that alone.
What about that that full solid gold Black Bay they did with the green dial?
Oh,
Mage, I think you got to jump back on right now.
yeah.
I feel like this would be a really good watch for Meech to just really proudly wear, you know.
you know, the funny thing is, it's basically hit back 4 figures. I mean, I know better. There are so many great watches to get. You know, with once you hit the, for me especially, you know, since I love vintage pieces, I love pieces that no one cares about. When you hit $4,000-$5,000, there's already so much that you can get that has such interesting heritage, great horology behind it. I mean, I was in the background, you remember, speaking of Instagram DMs, St. Peter, I was sending you the 40 millimeter limited edition of the Roger Dubuis Easy Diver. So an Easy Diver I could actually wear with the RD14 movements, Geneva seal, you know, inside and out, KSM movement, great aesthetics. But, you know, again, I have another goal. Like you said, I have to stick to acquiring my Grail. But yeah, I mean, this watch at 17,000 and change, probably not. At 10,000 in the secondary market right now, it soon will probably dip a little more. Why not? If you really like it. I don't like it, but you know, for someone who likes it, a gold, you know, Black Bay. Again,
well, you know, Tudor's probably going to discontinue it at some point in time, and that's when it's going to be the real buy. Like when you get it right before they discontinue it, and then next you know, oh, don't you wish you bought that solid gold Black Bay?
I must say, I really like the 925 that they did, the silver one. I really like that. But
well, I mean, you know, for me, the reason I constantly talk shit about this watch is, for me, it just doesn't fit the ethos of the brand. But
It's
Thomas,
so expensive. It's so expensive. I mean, the cool thing about the silver one is it's a legit precious metal. And who makes silver cases? This is really unique. This is really unique. And I listen, like, I know I brought up Tim Masso several times tonight, but like, I do think, if anything, about what he has said about this piece that resonates with me is like the display case back, like on this watch. Like he's been like, just make it solid silver.
Wow, there's a display case back?
Yes, exactly. And like, and his whole thing is like, imagine if the case back was just a silver dollar, you know, like it's an ugly movement. The rotor's ugly. It doesn't need it. So if you got this silver watch with like a full solid silver case back, like that would be really cool. And they could put they could put like a Tudor rose or the shield. They could do whatever they want on it. And that, to me, like, that's like one of the things that, like, there's certain things that he says where it's like when he says it, it resonates, and I'm like, yep, actually, you know what, you just nailed it there. And like that's one of those
can't kill the watch though. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm not saying it kills the watch. I just think, to me, it's the only critique of the piece that I actually think is legit. Like if someone's like, well, I want a bracelet, or I don't like the strap, or I don't like this, or I don't like that, it's like, well, it's a tough sell, because for the price point, you're getting excellent or excellent mechanical performance, right, from a heritage brand, cased in a precious metal that is super uncommon, like a rare precious metal that's uncommon. I really wish there was a bracelet option, but it's hard to say you need that because in the Swiss luxury space, there's so many watches that don't have bracelets. The idea that like you should have a full bracelet is kind of, you know.
And can I also say something about that? I mean, imagine the number of people complaining about the bronze, even though the way it patinates is part of the charm. I don't know if you have any silverware in your house. It doesn't age well. When you need to clean it, it's a hard afternoon's work, and it takes a lot of elbow grease. So I'm not sure if I would want a silver watch with a matching full bracelet. People who want it, who like the idea of it, probably they would not like the practice of it. Most of them, at least. I know it's a little presumptuous to say that, but I also know that most modern watch collectors never had anything silver in their watch collection, and just the case is enough trouble and enough to work with in terms of keeping it nice and shiny and
Anyone on the panel own any
Absolutely.
silver? I don't. I'm not talking about.
Well,
something like
so-
cutlery or something.
I mean, I do. I'm I'm trying to be a jewelry maker. I'm like, my field of study is art. And when I was in art school, I took jewelry making. I've done some hobbyist silversmithing, and I work in a more construction scaled industry right now. But like, I understand the principles of metal smithing, so what I will say about the silver thing is, like, yes, it's true. If you leave your silverware out, it will develop this dark black patina over time.
Yeah,
But
I've got a lot of family silver, like everything from goblets to dining ware, to everything, and it really does patina a dull sort of grey color, and it takes a lot of polishing. Yeah,
So-
you're right.
but
Do
when
you like it?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's nice because it's engraved with family. The cups that my grandparents have won in, or great grandparents have won in hunting competitions and shooting competitions and things like that in the army and things like that. So they're they're sentimental. So they're just family heirlooms. So yeah. So it's. But back to the bronze. I love the quarter Arabics on it.
Yes.
right,
The explorer look.
yeah, that's so good.
I really like the original bronze that they brought out on the Halloween leather strap. But I've got a friend who's got one of these 58s with the full bronze bracelet, and it really does look like a gold watch when you see it in the metal. It looks like almost like a gold watch. It's I'd dread to think what it'd look like after it'd seen it after a while.
It's gonna look great.
Yeah.
Initially, when I was introduced to the original one, I really, really like questioned who would want that to, like, something that would literally not look new ever again, most likely. And I saw it on an older gentleman's wearing it, and with the leather strap, the distressed leather, and it's just such a distinguished look.
Yeah.
It's like there's no substitute for it, really.
Yeah, it looks great, I think.
It's fascinating to me in that photograph. The one on the right is like more gray looking, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's like some of the yellow has gone away.
this is how it patinates. Apparently, this is like a dealer, I think, who put up a short, having one brand new one after I think a year of wear, probably.
This is
Yeah.
to me is so cool. I mean, I don't know. I love this watch. I think the fact that they're experimenting with these metals that well, bronze. I know Panerai, IWC. A lot of manufacturers are making in bronze, but no one. I mean, no one's making in silver. So I know they did this whole drop a couple of years ago, and it was a big deal. It was like bronze, silver, and ceramic. All of a sudden, there were all these black bays. It was this hype model line that no one could get enough of, and all of a sudden, they came out in all these different materials, and that was really cool. I'm curious to see what they do this year.
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry, Karen.
No, I was just going to say, I think everyone's been talking about Rolex predictions, but I haven't heard much chatter about Tudor.
No, there's a reason for that. Tudor shouldn't do anything. Stop.
Yeah.
Honestly, the last year and a half, they've really just put out so many great watches, and we still need a little bit of time to just think about them.
I agree. I mean, I think they did release too much too quickly.
Yeah, they have. You're right. They did the 1655 reissue with the Black Bay Pro. They've done the 1016 wannabe with the Ranger. They've tried to do the reissue back catalogue of Rolex, and they're trying to please the crowd, but it's working sometimes. But they're not quite achieving.
But sometimes, yeah, Thomas, sometimes I'm sure they're not exactly doing that, but sometimes if they do, you just don't listen to the loudest people in the room sometimes, because a lot of the loudest people criticize about everything is Black Bay this, everything is Black Bay that. Well, that works. And that's actually just the name of the case, much like oyster is the name of the case shape and case proportions for Rolex. And when they do different things, they don't usually sell as well. So I'm not sure if they're necessarily listening to what people on YouTube say. And I include they're also not listening to me, take me wrong.
Yeah.
But sometimes I feel that if they are actually looking into these things, people who have been asking for a Ranger reissue for a while, along with a North Flag reissue, there's a little bit of an excitement for it at the beginning, but I don't think the watch actually sold all that well.
No.
You're right.
I like it, but I don't think it sold that well.
Yeah, I get the impression that in our circles, Tudor occupies a really large space. But when I talk to my AD after a new release of a Tudor, she has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, and no one else has mentioned it yet either, basically.
Really?
So, but it doesn't really matter because she often doesn't actually have the watch on that day, so it's not like I'm getting ahead of the queue, and there's no real wait list anyway, so it doesn't matter that I said it first or something. So it's hard for us to look at Tudor in the circles that we talk to and recognize it as a brand that is coming up but isn't there yet, right? The salespeople have to sell these watches, as in they have to work to actually get them out the door.
But every Tudor that I want to buy is a version of a watch that is not in the Rolex catalog, right? So like a silver watch or a fully bronze watch with a full bronze bracelet, or like, I mean, or a ceramic case watch. Like these are the things to me where it's like, holy shit. Oh, it's like it kind of is made by Rolex, but like it's cased in like it has a heritage design. It's got the water resistance, it's got the warranty, it's got the precision. But like that's what's appealing to me as the brand.
I mean,
Like,
I bought the P01 because it was the dog of the range, and I just loved it because it had the military sort of heritage of the being a, sort of a prototype made for the U.S. military, and I loved that, and I love the latch that lifts up to lock the bezel, and I really liked everything about it, and I ended up buying that one. That was the Black Bay that I bought. So yeah, they do some interesting things.
do you would you mind sharing like how you wear this watch or what like your experience owning it?
Yeah, I wear it a lot. It's a great timekeeper. It's a great watch. I really enjoy it. It's got a leather strap which is rubber lined on the inside. It's a really unique watch. I find it's I really like it. Yeah.
You know, a lot of the punters on YouTube, they love to hate on this watch.
Yeah, it's a dog of the range. Yeah, sure.
I actually, honestly, if I were to, just spit out 3 model ranges that I really like, or 3 models, it would be a Black Bay 58, either the original or the bronze, this one, and the Pelagos in its original
Yeah.
full titanium bracelet version.
Yeah.
Blue or black, whatever you like. I would like the blue because I like that matte color. But
Yeah.
I did try this watch on. Unfortunately, it's way too big on my wrist. It's just
Right.
I can't pull it off. But that particular style of leather band is very underrated. By the way, I have a leather band for my Type 20. That's a similar style in the sense that it's leather on the outside, but rubber on the inside with channels and everything. It's one of the best wearing bands that I've ever worn, or bracelets for that matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a great option. I'm sure, as Tudor always does, they try it in one place, and I'm sure it will migrate to other places as well, at least within the Tudor range. I hope that happens.
The articulating links on the end really help shape to your wrist really well. I mean,
Yeah, but you don't realize how small my wrist is, Thomas.
right. Okay.
I know it does help. And I did really want to make it work because I genuinely love this watch. Again, because it is kind of reimagined from a real prototype that never made it to the production line before this. I like dive watches, period, but especially, something that has unique design elements almost immediately captures my imagination.
Sure.
I wanted to make it work.
Yeah, he couldn't tell when you showed the picture of the tank earlier. It looked perfect on your wrist, but like when I wear it, I'm like, oh, like it looks great, but it's like on the smaller size.
That's it.
Yeah, apparently I'll be getting another Tudor soon, a Black Bay 58, the blue one. I got a company, collab, so it's got the dial.
Nice.
And
I'm sure you can't share it here, but share it somehow with me.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you're the company that you're either working with or collaborating with, their logo somehow is going to be on the dial.
Yes, yeah.
That is so cool.
Case back with a number. I think the run will probably be just under 100. And I had a pretty high pick in terms of order of preference for numbers. So I picked number 69.
Right.
That's so cool.
Stay sexy, boys.
Right, exactly. That's the watch for Mr. GMT.
Did anyone enter the MBNF Mad One?
I lost
Right.
it. I was just gonna share the news with St. Peter.
I know he entered just
Yeah.
for me. And
I got the email today saying I didn't get one as well. Yeah.
I have to be honest, guys. Like when they released the exact same watch they previously made, I was just not compelled at all to enter. I was like, oh, it's a second chance, but to me, it's kind of like, really, like you couldn't just change the color. Like
Yeah.
you did a blue, you did a red already. I mean, how like I don't know. I'm very particular about these kind of things, and I don't. It doesn't change my opinion about the brand. At the same time that this was all happening, they had like this big tribe meetup in the Maldives. With all these like big MBNF collectors. And I only know about it because like I somehow started following these guys on Instagram. And then next thing you know, it's like, oh, they're all hanging out at the same place, like,
Right.
like just like all these like famous like watch internet folk are like,
Yeah.
they're all there like hanging out and everything. And it's like that was like a tribe, but like it was a tribe meetup, and they talk about this like MBNF, like, oh, it's the tribe, like, and they released the Mad one, the original one in blue. They made a revision to it when they did the Mad one red.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if I was paying close enough attention, but with the second Mad one red that they released, I think it was just more editions of the first watch.
Yeah.
Now, I would hope that if I'm wrong about that, someone corrects me. But
I think it is, to be honest with you. I mean, I know two people who won. Two of my friends I'm in a watch group with have both won. And great, lucky for them. But I mean, the value of them is triple on Chrono 24 is triple what they're selling for on retail. But I mean, they're just fun watches. I've tried one on, and they're really fun watch to wear.
So, what do you think of the Ranger?
The Ranger, it's a interesting watch. It divides people. Some people think it's not quite there yet. Some people think it's a nice, faithful copy of the 1016. Some people think it's too small. Some people wish it would be a bit bigger. I quite like it. I mean, yeah, I
Too small. It's like 39mm, I think.
that's the perfect size.
Yeah.
or maybe I'm thinking the other way around. Too big, maybe.
I don't like the Pan 15 hand. That's my problem with the Ranger. New World. That's
What the dong? I think I'd just looking at this. Look, it's not a watch that's there to wow you. I think I would love it, like owning that watch. I would just love it. And
I mean, it seems like a good value.
Yeah, when it came out, I think it was a flat 3,000. Like just straight, just 3,000. I saw this on the day it was released. It was my relationship with Rolex that I didn't know what to do with it, basically. Like, I could have bought it, but I'm still thinking, like, how does this translate into the next watch? I'm like, it doesn't, so don't do it. Don't buy anything just yet. Just pick it up when you need to, but I don't know. It's a cool watch. I still may end up picking it up, because I love the Black Bay Pro, but maybe this is one that I would actually love more.
I think you would, personally. I think the Black Bay Pro is too big.
Too thick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's too thick.
I don't have the problem with it, but I think maybe Black Bay Pro is sort of like a 100 IQ move, as in it's got so much going for it on paper. Like, it makes sense. It's like 200 meters of water resistance, these 3D loom indices. It's a heritage from the 1655. You love that. It's got the right color on the GMT hand. It's a GMT. It just ticks all of the boxes, right? It's on paper.
Except
It's
for
sort of
the thickness. I mean, that takes away like half of what you just listed out.
I think it's okay, but I think it's just got so many things on paper to love. But really, the 150 IQ move is to get the Ranger just because it looks nice. You know, it speaks to you in a way that that's unjustified. You know,
Honestly,
Yeah, it looks better on your wrist.
it also fits what you envision Tudor to be as well, because you like the fact that it's really it's not a substitute for Rolex necessarily. Most people who love Tudor are usually Rolex collectors on some level, or at least Rolex owners, and it's the same vibe as your Explorer 36, but it's it's
more
bigger,
tooly.
a little different. It's more tool like, whereas the Explorer in 36 is a little more elegant and
Right.
even dressy.
It does bother me the 36 has the fully polished bezel. It's beautiful, but it's sort of like, I don't really want to wear it into the desert and sand. But this thing, I believe it comes with the T-Fit bracelet. It's a non-faux
T-Link.
rivet bracelet.
By the way, this is Jeremy Hackett, who runs the famous brand Hackett London. He's wearing one of his own suits with a nice 1016 from very early production too. You can kind of see it in the dial.
And he's got a Leica.
Yeah, it's an amazing.
Yeah, quite a shot.
There's he likes rummaging apparently through like flea markets. At some point, he found a pair of boots that were made for the dude who ended up as the Duke of Windsor, Edward VIII, and bought it for like £3 or something. He says I didn't even haggle it down. But the funny story about him is in one of those trips, he goes and flips through some tweed jackets and he finds one of his own, a Hackett jacket, and takes it to the lady who was at the cashier, and he says like, why is this one more expensive than the others? And the lady tells him, it's Hackett,
He's like, oh, really?
I mean, obviously not knowing what the guy looks like, and who knows if it's even a brand that's still run by the guy who establishes it. One great thing about the Brits that I really like, they have these heritage brands that they actually keep and honor. Sometimes it even happens to be owned and run by the family, or like Cordings. It was saved by the mighty Eric Clapton. So it's always.
I mean, it'd be like Tony DeHaas like bringing the new Zeitwerk up to you and be like, why is this watch so expensive? You'd be like, oh well.
It's I mean, Tony DeHaas is such an interesting character. I don't think I can ever not tell who he is. I mean, that's a great guy. I like him. He's very enthusiastic and very like, you know his story a little bit. Apparently, he used to play the drums, and you can kind of get that personality. Like he's very active, very boisterous, but also a little silly.
Well, he did. I know that I had heard that story, and he had talked about it in interviews, but in one of the official long press releases or one of their social media releases when the enamel 39 millimeter Richard Lange minute repeater came out. They released this video where he's like just with his hands like on the table, like just drumming like crazy. And like, of course I'm like, oh, it's like I'm used to seeing this guy because every time a new watch comes out, I've been paying close enough attention to the brand for like 5 years where it's like, all right, yeah, okay, it's always this guy, and with his tone and his cadence and everything. And like I think he has a pretty good sense of humor, you know, considering how serious he has to be about it. Like, to me, it's actually it's pretty awesome that he could be playful with it, you know. Yeah.
Let me see if we can catch that scene.
I could have sworn it was at the beginning, but I wonder if it was
Maybe.
I wonder if they edited. Oh yeah, there it is. It's right at the beginning.
Let's see. Please, let's see what the sound.
Hello! Today, I would like to present you a very special watch and the absolute technical highlight of this year's Watches and Wonders.
This year's Watches and Wonders.
Which was last year's Watches and Wonders.
Yeah.
This guy intros us watch similar to how Jeremy Fragrance intros a fragrance.
Well, you know, Jeremy Fragrance is also a Northern European, if I'm not mistaken, right? You know, he's German.
Is he Dutch? Is he Dutch also?
Is Jeremy Fragrance German?
I think he's German.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think Tony is from
is Dutch, but yeah, he does. I mean, again, he does. I don't want to stereotype, but he does strike me as very Dutch as well.
I wouldn't even know how to stereotype a Dutch person. Like, I'm just kind of like, okay, I've known like 2 or 3 in my entire life. Like, I couldn't even build a stereotype.
I mean, to be fair, the Netherlands is a very diverse country, so there's not one type. But like, you know, kind of like a goofy old Dutchman.
He reminds me of the guy who's I took the high-speed rail from Berlin to Amsterdam 10 years ago, and at one point in time, like, the custody of the railway workers changed, and this very boisterous Dutch like train conductor took over at one point in time, and he could roll his R's in a way that I couldn't even begin to try to do. But I remember when we got to like Rotterdam, like it was like the R just like rolled on forever, and it was like this whole presentation, like the next stop, you know, and the guy was just so fucking awesome, and he was like this older gentleman who you could tell had been, you know, working for years, and it just to me it was like, this seems like actually like a pretty awesome job, you know. And I just remember thinking like, my experience like taking that train through the German and Dutch countryside, like that whole experience to me was great. I was like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. Like this is so much better than taking the subway in New York City, you know. Like at one point in time they brought out like this tray of chocolates, you know. They're like, oh, here's hey, have some chocolates. So it's like, this is a way to travel. This is dope, you know. And yeah, it wasn't $275. I mean, I paid a premium for it, but you know, it was a long ride, you know.
I mean, in Europe, I think there's a lot of utility, but a lot of romanticism associated with trains as well. I think same goes with the UK, right? Everything is pretty much connected with the rail, Thomas.
Yeah, we've got a huge rail network. I mean, it goes back in history to when the railway started. I mean, I'm trying to think, 18th century, And yeah, there's a
I think
massive rail network.
I think the UK's rail network is hugely underrated. Like everyone likes to diss the UK and France has TGV and stuff like that. But in terms of effectiveness, like actually getting around, my experience of getting around the UK using train was much better than getting around mainland Europe on trains, despite them having better trains or whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Just the distances are just much further on mainland Europe, right? It's just much further. So okay, it's cheating. I'm not solving the same problem, but just an experience of just being able to get around. Yeah, the trains in England and the rest of the UK are fantastic.
Yeah, it's just the island is the insularity helps too sometimes. It lends itself to having a network where everything is pretty much what. How long would it take to go from one end to another?
Depends which way, but London to Bristol I think is like an hour and 40, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get 3 hours. You can get from London to Scotland.
Oh wow, that's
just the edge of it.
Not to the Highlands.
That's how long it takes me to get to the Bronx.
Not to the Highlands, but you can get from London to Scotland in 3 hours.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's pretty good.
It does sound awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, there is still reason to use a plane. Like, you don't have to, but you could use a plane to get from London to, say, Edinburgh. But
I mean, I know Meech is taking the
viable.
PJ. I know.
Yeah.
Meech,
but like I did a trip from Zurich to Paris by train, and I said I'm never doing that again. It's like it's just long. It's just long.
Really.
How long did that take, Ozzy?
Look, I just felt like train will be easy, whatever. But I think it was like 6 hours, something like that. And it's like it's actually too long because I could have been in the plane, in the air, and it would have been done in about like a couple hours.
I mean, depending on how you envision your trip and where you're going to stay, where you're going to hang out, the trains can sometimes have the advantage. Maybe not for a 6-hour trip, but like the fantastic thing between Paris and London, for example, you get on the Eurostar, and you are from the center of one city, you are in the center of another city, and that's a huge bonus, right? You don't have to make those trips from whatever airport back into the city center and this and that. I mean, it takes money.
I agree and disagree. There's nothing wrong with that train, but they sort of really bollocksed it up with all of the friggin' terrorism and all that kind of stuff. Like, to get on the Eurostar, it's like a plane. Like, you go through all of these processes, and they want you there ahead of time, along period. It behaves like an aeroplane and not a train. Where it's a lot of stress. It's the same stress as going to the airport, where you're like, this is the one that I'm getting to. This is my assigned seat. I got to do check-in. I got to clear security and stuff like that. And
it's slower, and it's still slower.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And it's not like a plane from London to Paris. There's plenty of planes that do that. So, as you point out, not necessarily leaving the same location. It's a mixed bag. It's not a clear win for the train, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but it doesn't have to be.
Frankfurt to Paris. Let's put it like this.
Yeah. If they just ease up the restrictions.
Eurostar is a pretty special situation. I mean, it does get you some time, but it's a little more regulated. I think there are situations where you can justify the train beyond the romance in continental Europe, but I think by and large you're right. Probably not for 5-6 hour trips. Probably not. unless you're into the scenery and just sitting in a train, reading something, dining, talking, something like that.
That for me was great. I got to see like the whole countryside. It was a region I had never been to before, so it was the first time I went to Germany. It was also the first time I went to the Netherlands. So, I just remember telling people like, oh yeah, it was like I think it was like 6 or 8 hours. Like people were like, you could have done that in 2 hours. But everything that Ozzy is talking about with the security, I didn't have to deal with that. And that's the stuff I hate about flying. All the shit. Oh, I gotta take off my belt. I gotta take off my shoes. I gotta empty my pockets. Like, to me, it's like, fuck this. Like, I don't want to have to deal with any of this shit. Like, I don't want to have to unpack my bags. I don't want to have to do any of that. I actually would rather sit on a train for 4 more hours than to have to do those things, because I'm the type of person where, I always put stuff where it needs to go. But when I'm confronted by someone and they're like, hey, empty your pockets, or hey, take off some of your clothing right now. And it's like in this weird, like, like on the spot, like I now have to like this
Who's
stuff
asking? Who's asking? That's important.
Right. This is oftentimes this is what exactly. It's like, who is it? If I'm prepared for someone to tell me that, I'll be like, hey, this is fun. But like, it's like, if it's not,
you are for enthusiastic consent, as I understand.
right. Correct. But if I do not consent and they're like, no, motherfucker, like you are going to empty out your pockets and you're going to like, and it's like, yeah, this is not cool. Like, I don't like that.
There's some great clocks at the stations, though, aren't there? There's some lovely clocks.
But oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys are just reminding me of how much I've grown to dislike travel. I don't want to talk about it.
Like, you gotta take the PJ, man. This is what the private. Listen, once you get successful enough in life, these all become problems that you don't have to worry about anymore. This is like it's problems for like the plebs. You just when you're wealthy enough, you could load like crates of cocaine onto your private jet, and when you land, like nobody cares. It doesn't matter. Just like you have enough money. Like
hypothetically, of course, none of us.
Hypothetically.
If we did, we wouldn't be self-snitching on a live stream, right?
Of course. I mean, I'm just saying, like one in theory could, But I've heard that's what it's like, if you have a private jet.
I was thinking about this the other day. There was someone who was piloting what looked like some sort of Cessna type vehicle, and he had a full auto MP5 in his other hand. He's like pointed out, it's like FAA has no regulations on what I'm allowed to carry up here.
That's what I've heard. I've heard there's the main commercial stuff where like everyone who's buying a ticket through an airline, like, yeah, it's like TSA and all this, but if you could cross this threshold where, you could afford to buy a plane, it's just like basically your private car pulls up to the airport, like you get off your private jet, they unload your baggage from your private jet into your private car, and you just leave. Like it's just that, like there's no TSA, there's no security. It's assumed that once you're at that tier, like once you're at that class in society, the security is like you're a low security risk. Like you're not actually going to do anything that could potentially harm that culture or society, which to me just seems insane. Because where is the plane coming from, and like who's on it, and where are they going, and what? But that's what I've heard. It's like if you have enough money, you can kind of skip all that stuff.
Yeah.
But you'll never know because I don't think any of us are ever going to be that rich.
No.
Not me.
I mean, I know of people who do have private jets, and but not me. No.
Oh, come on, Thomas. I thought you were going to invite me on the PJ, man.
You're gonna need something more than Tudor.
I still haven't been to Hawaii yet. I'd really like to make it out there one of these days.
Yeah, I need a holiday, but jeez.
But you don't like to travel. That's the cat.
No, yeah, it is. I mean, the only thing I'm planning is 2024 total solar eclipse, Texas.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Really? What date is that?
I think it's like April something. Obviously I'm gonna have to get the exact date. But yeah, I mean, the logistics of getting out there is gonna. We have to road trip it because you can't get a hotel at that sort of time. It doesn't matter even if you have a booking; they'll ignore it and give it to the next person who pays more money. There's no point trying to fly in, trying to get a rental car. You really got to drive in, basically, to be able to see it. So hopefully we can all drive in with the minivan, with the whole family,
Right.
and see it.
Ozzy, are you familiar with James Turrell?
No.
So he's a contemporary. Well, I mean, he's been around for a while now. He's starting to get a little bit older in age, but he's an American artist that is hyper successful. He's been popular, I think since like the 70s, or he's almost 80. Yeah, he's almost 80. But so he bought this property. He does these really immersive, like, that oftentimes they get described as like installation based artworks that involve architectural elements and interior design elements, but they have like a transformative quality. Like, when you're in these spaces that he makes, he can oftentimes like change the viewer's perception of the space that they're in, and it's really hard to describe, but his work to me has always been incredibly captivating and really hard to define, other than just it being really beautiful and experiential. And so he bought this this guy, right, like this incredible thinker, bought this property that's like out in the desert of, I can't remember where it is. Like, I think if you search like James Turrell crater, yeah, let's see where this is. Rodin, yeah, the Rodin crater. So it's in northern Arizona. So the Rodin crater is this geological site, right? That ultimately is this crater site from this meteor, asteroid, whatever, that struck the Earth. And like, he bought this property in northern Arizona, and it's this long-term architectural artistic installation project that he has, where he's like going into this crater and like carving out pieces of the crater and building all this architecture inside the crater that it geographically and architecturally aligns with astrological events that take place. So throughout the year, like, oh, there's like a full moon, or like these stars are aligned in this particular way, and all of this stuff is like built into this space that he's created. So when you're, you could just imagine like, oh, you're standing in this hallway that's like a fabricated hallway, but it's like focusing up on like this insane eclipse thing that I don't even know how to describe it. All I know is that it's this long-term project that he's been working on, and I think there are ways to gain access to it, and it's very limited. And I think you have to kind of be like deep into it and like I don't know if there's a list or whatever, or you could just like buy tickets, but it is out in the American West, in the desert. And I'm so intrigued by this and fascinated by it. And I just want to go check it out because it just sounds like such a unique, unusual thing that like this artist, this famous artist would do.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the connection to the cosmos and the Earth and space is very very interesting. I was looking up in the background too. Yeah, I mean, I saw the total solar eclipse the last time around. It was just so incredible. I can't explain just how far beyond anything in my life I've experienced. Really pales in comparison to total solar eclipse. Honestly, like it's underrated for sure. Underrated.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, you won't have by accident.
I think I saw a partial solar eclipse in the northern hemisphere a couple of years ago. I say a couple, but it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I went out and I used a welding helmet, to look up at the sky.
To be able to see.
Thank you, Thomas. £9.99 sterling. Young Brando, St. Peter, Meech, Aussie expat. I think I muted Meech for courtesy because I think he was falling asleep there. He can always tune back in. Thank you for a great discussion, but it's 7 a.m. and I must get some sleep now. Great show. And punters in the chat, give our man a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, just gotta get some sleep now. It's as you can see, it's daylight now. So
sleep well. Take some rest. I'm sure tomorrow is going to be a great day as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for having a great chat. It's been a really enjoyable time. So
nice
I'll bid you farewell and hope to see you soon.
Thomas, thank you so much. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you, St. Peter.
Be well.
Yeah, be well. Take care, everyone.
Take care, man. Thanks for dropping by.
I haven't visited the Grand Canyon since moving to Las Vegas. I've seen it as a tourist, but I've never tried to go back out there again. But I'm just looking at it on Google Maps, like, holy moly.
YB, have you been there?
No, I have not been, actually. Yeah.
And you're in LA. Come on, man. You're not that far. You can go there.
I don't know. Honestly, I've gone to Vegas for 2 fights, and that's it. It's just not where I go. So the entire state somehow, to me, just doesn't preoccupy my mind. That's. I should probably dislodge that and just experience it in some other way. Which the Grand Canyon, of course, is a great chance to do that. But yeah, I've never been.
I think it was my first time that I went to LA. Was also, I think I only went to LA one time. I've been to California twice. Unfortunately, only twice in my life. And the first time we flew into LA, and then we went out through Palm Springs to Joshua Tree, and then back ultimately to Temecula. And I think we flew out of that area. I can't remember that part of the trip. It was like already enough time had gone by that I kind of forgot the tail end of it.
Wait, I need to add something. All of us making fun of Americans for not knowing your geography. I had no idea that the Grand Canyon was actually in Arizona. I really always thought that it was in Nevada.
Well,
potato.
Listen, it's a big, beautiful country, man. The most important thing to keep in mind is that it's the best country in the entire fucking world. That's the only thing that you have to keep in mind. And as long as you understand that, you could have your states combobulated as long as you know It's the best.
Proud to be an American.
Freedom. It's all about freedom.
Well, in terms of major cities near Grand Canyon, Las Vegas is closer than Phoenix, so that's not.
Don't try to justify my ignorance.
No, I mean, if you want to go see Grand Canyon, where do you fly to? You know, out of which one? I'd say Vegas is potentially better. Yeah.
That my whole experience, like driving from LA to Joshua Tree, was really fascinating, because you really see the geography shift a lot, and it was very, to me it was just very romantic, like being like this boy from the East Coast. It's like this idea of the American West, the frontier. It's like, I know it, by modern standards, like the whole world now is explored, and there is no frontier, right? Like it's all been discovered already, but like there's this idea of like going west and also chasing the sun. Like what happens, you keep going out there, and it's a lot different. Like it really is. It really is a lot different from the East Coast. So if you've never actually been out there, and when we actually finally got to Joshua Tree, which is a really beautiful national park, and I had this whole experience of the national park system being out there, where it's like, holy shit, man, like that people are not really, and this is like pre-COVID, before it was, oh, like let's all go outside and rediscover the natural world. I mean, this was just, how do you do a vacation in the continental US economically, and just really, like, it's not about theme parks or any kind of fabricated amusement. It's just about, where are we right now? Like, what is the place that we're in? And it absolutely blew my mind, because like a desert climate is a very extreme climate to be in. If you're not used to that, if you've never experienced that before, it's quite stunning. And when I was there, the people would talk about, as I was mentioning before, all these celestial events that would take place. And so everyone was like, oh, you got to see, when you're in the desert, you got to see the stars, because there's no light pollution. So the stars are so amazing. Well, it just so happened, and I guess we were naive about this, but we didn't plan it out. But when we were there, it was a full moon. So we're in the desert during this period of time, and the the guides, these essentially like these National Park Service workers, were being confronted not only by us but other people in the park, who were like, oh, can you see the stars, and where should I go to see these constellations? And they're like, oh, sorry guys, like it's a full moon, like you're not going to see any stars. And that experience to me was fascinating. Like everyone was kind of bummed out, because we had heard all the mythology around how beautiful constellations were, but when you're in this desert landscape, and it is a bright full moon, it is so bright, and all the sand, like it's not like there's trees and all this like foliage to absorb that light. Like all the sunlight that's being reflected off the moon back onto the surface of the planet illuminates just all the land around you. And it's hard to see. Yes, like it's late at night, but it doesn't surprise me that there would be certain, ancient or primitive societies that, when they were experiencing this, like this crazy full moon event, and they had all this light at night that they normally wouldn't have, that would be something that was kind of like spiritual, or like like this ritualistic aspect to it. So I don't know. I felt it in that space in a way that like I just never felt it before. You know.
It gets cold. I mean, even in Los Angeles, you can, even though it's a built urban environment, you can feel it very quickly. The sun goes down, the temperature drops significantly, and whenever I'm in the desert, it's the same thing. So you really need to, layer up, be careful, even when you are in a secluded place. But it's it's pleasant. It's very calming. It is a different environment, and I like it much more than camping. I've never been a camping person, but I like getting an escape out into the desert. Um, it makes sense when you think about it. I'm not going to go too much into it, but
Right.
it is my natural habitat. So I like it. I like it.
I camped outside of my son actually last night, just in the backyard. We got a new tent. I want to see how he does, and just in the tent, it's like, okay, stay under this, you keep warm.
How did he do?
He did really well, but I'm the one who chickened out in the end.
What?
Yeah, it was like 11 p.m. and I'm just looking at him, and he didn't want to put his hoodie up, and the air is really cold. Like it's about like 38 degrees at the moment in the middle of the night. Now under the covers it's fine, but he didn't want to cover his head. I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to worry about this.
Right.
Well, I just brought him inside of that after that point. But he committed. He was already there. You know, it was already 11 p.m. past his bedtime, so he was sleeping. I just didn't want to keep thinking about it.
Next time you could give him a little bit more of a challenge.
Yeah.
I had that experience, it's like I went on a camping thing, and the lady and the kid was like, it was cold and wet, and we ended up going to a Days Inn because it was like, well, what else are we gonna do? And of course we got there and they didn't have enough towels, and it was like everything you would expect like a shitty motel to have to deal with. And I'm like, well, it's like better than, but it was warm. Like we had a warm bed, we could take a warm shower, and to me it was informative, right? Because like I actually understood like, oh, okay, like I know for us for future like family like trips, like for like we better be going somewhere that has warm bed, hot shower, clean towels, like all the, like some people are cool with the camping thing, but like other people they're not cool with that.
Well, for me, it's sort of like preparation for Texas, because I don't anticipate being able to get a hotel near the eclipse. Basically, it's not going to happen. There's going to be at least one night that has to be rough, and I'd prefer if I could use this season to get okay with that with the kids, and hopefully enjoy some of it. We'll see.
And is it just because of the geographic location of where like the peak eclipse viewing is? Like there aren't hotels in that region?
No, it's just humans. Like everyone's going to flood into that area. Like, so the total eclipse is not like the Olympics where an appropriate host city is chosen to cope with the challenge. It's just the sun does what it does, the moon does what it does, it crosses this area, and it's bumfuck town with 400 people that has had the population's been declining for the last 30 years now has to deal with 1.5 million people trying to descend into the area for those 5 minutes.
But like, you think like because of our understanding of like how astronomy and like all this stuff works, like you, at least these areas would know like, oh, in another 20 years like it's going to be peak eclipse here, so we can be planning.
It's only one day. Like there's not much infrastructure that's worth building for one day.
Wow, it's fascinating. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. I mean,
so you're basically saying like, oh, we're just gonna camp and like that's it, we'll deal, and like we'll go to like Walmart, we'll like stock up at Walmart, and
something like that. We'll just have like so I did it in near Salem, Oregon, and so we drove in that morning and just drove out that day. But it was hard. It was really, really hard. Now Texas, we're going to have to sleep somewhere. We're not going to be able to go all the
This,
way
by
home
the
to
way,
Las Vegas.
good morning. Good morning, my friend. Shabbat shalom. There was a nice clip of this, and it pretty much ends with this asking, like, Archie, can you say man on the fucking moon? And it's just man on the fucking moon, and this laughs so nicely, such a hearty laugh. It's that I love that clip. It's amazing. Yeah. That's that's the Archie I mean, at least I always appreciate it, and I will always look back fondly at that era, the Archie 5, the Speedmaster, the Polar Explorer, and the Reversa Grand Date, the Patek Calatrava, that golden collection. He had the mid-sized Royal Oak as well.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened? Like he
With
traded
Archie?
out into like unlimited numbers of Pateks.
Basically, he went on a bender for Patek, where he had to have both a hand wound and an automatic Calatrava, things like that. And then, I mean, it was, I think, in hindsight, it was a nice decision for him, because I caught him on another stream on JJ's Watch Hangout, actually, already a few weeks ago, but he was talking about how he tried on a 1016, basically definitive Explorer reference. And he was saying, like, it was like going back to grade school, where everything that you thought was so large is now so small. And of course, I wanted to be nasty a little bit. I said, it's you who has got
it helps if you eat a tub of ice cream every stream.
So
I got some ice cream in the freezer.
With that being said, it's I mean, it makes sense for Archie in his 40s to invest in modern Rolex rather than the vintage stuff, rather than the 1016, which was his first Rolex ever, right? But yeah, I somehow never quite made sense of that collection. I liked the sort of diversity that he had in that so-called Archie 5 era, plus minus certain things. The Breguet Type 20, the Jaeger-LeCoultre Grand Dates, the Rolexes that came in and out, the Pateks. But yeah, I mean, Patek has always been, even at that time when a lot of the dress Pateks were not such a huge outlay, it's still a significant investment when you buy a Patek annual calendar. I don't think they were ever less than 22K in Aussie dollars. So that's a lot of money. Same thing with a nice Calatrava, anything above 36 and relatively modern was still, you're going to put at least 20K. Even when the market wasn't so crazy. So,
well, there's only so many Patek out there.
Yeah, for sure, and they're not, they're not getting any better.
I saw, I believe the reference is a 4975. I think I can't remember the exact reference number, but it's that. Is it the 49? I got Phillips recently.
Ladies?
No. I'm mixing up the or maybe it was 5975. Okay. Yeah, it's that it's a chronograph that it doesn't have registers on it. Like it just has like it has the multi-scale.
Yeah, that's the 175th anniversary.
Yeah. So one of these sold for like under 50,000 at the recent like Geneva auction.
Yep.
And like to me, I feel like this is such a cool Patek chronograph. I've always thought this thing was so cool, and it surprises me that you have like people spending massive premiums on a Nautilus when I feel like this is just infinitely more cool and interesting, and I generally believe more historically important also.
Well, I mean, look, I think people look back at a lot of stuff that Patek did um, in the Geneva Seal era around the 150th anniversary, and later on 175th as well, but perhaps less so. Still, those are, to me, that's gray level for sure. I want to pull up that particular watch because
Yeah, I vaguely remember. I don't know if it was hammer price or with the what the fees associated, but I think it was still under 50,000, if I recall correctly. Swiss francs. I might be wildly off. I thought I just glanced at it, but I thought it was like a standout from that.
Well, I mean, that was a great auction, so there were many standouts, if you ask me. But for sure, that's a nice watch.
Right, because like on Chrono, let's see. I know it's Chrono 24. It's probably not the best. Oh yeah, there you go. 45,000. I mean, can you even get a contemporary Patek like this for the same amount of money? I mean, like a base level Calatrava is like 32, 34?
Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me started, please.
On the
We
prices,
only
yeah.
have 10 minutes, No, not only on the prices. I think, people love, talking about Audemars Piguet and how it's a one-watch brand and how they have lost the plot. And certainly, I'm not going to defend them. I think in production, they have started cutting a lot of corners more and more. With every new release, you learn something that's more ridiculous. I mean, for them to sell 30K watches with
Stamped dials.
it's incredible. I mean, you're talking about one of the definitive watchmakers of Valet de Joux. That's like people desecrating a temple. That's like people burning a church or something. To me, I know I'm being a little too dramatic,
sure,
and
sure.
that's kind of my style, anyways.
Yeah, of course.
But so people are right to this Audemars Piguet in that way. I think it won't be too late before these kinds of things will start coming to Patek too, because no matter what, the average person is so invested in Patek monetarily and emotionally, especially the last generation of high rolling collectors. There will come a time where they will either grow out of the hobby, but if they stay, they will learn more and they will sour on a lot of the more recent stuff because it just doesn't hold to the standards that put Patek on that pedestal, especially in the way that Philippe Stern took them up until very recently. I think the current CEO just, I don't think he has the slightest idea about what the brand represents. Just having the last name Stern doesn't really help you there. So,
Sorry, I gotta go. I'm very sleepy.
Yeah, we have about four more minutes. I'm not gonna hold you, but thank you, Ozzy, for being here.
It was great to chat to you guys.
Take care.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a good night indeed.
It was beautiful. It was great to have all of you on board. Thomas, St. Peter, Meech, even though I think he's already gone, but I think he had a great energy today. So
Oh no, he did. No, it was great. I was bummed out when he faded out into the distance there, because it was like, I feel like we had a good vibe and it was a good flow.
and Thomas, of course, who comes when he comes, it's always a great conversation. He always has great insight. He has a very curated taste, and I look forward to hearing more from him early next month when he's back from Geneva, having visited Watches and Wonders.
I was very happy, and I do feel privileged, to meet so many people in this community, especially through your space. Just to the host, and also to all the fans, and everyone who contributes. Like, it actually does really mean a lot to me. Like, this space has been a really amazing place for me to be able to grow, and to understand this stuff. And I think that's rare. I think nowadays, like, that's a hard thing to find. So, yeah, thank you to Thomas and Meech and Ozzy and of course you, YB, for the platform and all the hard work that you do. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in, and of course, also for your conversation, for your insight. And hey, also Thomas, Mr. CMT, JJ, Jake Brooks, JB, and St. Peter, who have contributed with the super chats today. I wish I had 100,000, 300,000, 500,000 viewers where I could actually eke out something with Google Ads, but unfortunately, it's not working at this level. So I do actually depend on super chats. I do actually depend on all the contributions that come in, through PayPal, Cash App, my big six on Patreon, who have been there all along, basically. And they do get some perks there, a lot of exclusive content more recently, because I used to just send out these few links on a daily basis, where I direct them to great deals in watches. But more recently, because I also lean on the more educational and informative aspects of that, I basically film 15 minutes videos generally. Sometimes they go on a little bit longer. Since every selection is curated, since it appeals to a certain category or genre of watches, sometimes to a specific model, sometimes to a certain era, maybe a complication. It's a nice extra bit of content where you can learn about certain kinds of watches, even if you are perhaps not necessarily ready to invest in them, not necessarily to buy any of the listings that I direct you to. Again, none of those sellers are in any way affiliated to me personally or professionally. I just try to find the best deal, best example, which is something I, of course, offer at a higher level as well. And as always, feel free to reach out to me on my personal email, Lord Hellespont the fifth at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. You can follow me on Instagram too, and get on our very exclusive DM exchanges if you like. Sponsored by Big Meech largely. And then, hey, Mike David, thank you so much. And yeah, and if you want to support in other ways, if you want to contribute, the links are included in the video description, and they are now pinned on the chat as well. I appreciate all of you for your presence and support. Please hit the like button on your way out. And again, thank you so much, Thomas, Mr. GMT, JJ, Jake Brooks, and St. Peter for your super chats. Anything to add, SP?
No, I think that's it. The only thing I would say is that, like, I know Jay-Z recently acquired like a unique integrated bracelet. What was that, like a $24.99, or I can't remember what it was. It was like a
Yeah, $24.99 with a bracelet. Yeah.
And you know, I mean, of course, it goes without saying that piece is exceptional, you know, and unique. But I also think if he wore something like this, you know, I think that would also be newsworthy. You know, I think a lot of the yeah, I feel like if he wore that 175-year chronograph, it wouldn't have the same impact, especially because the rarity of this one. But I think because of him as the tastemaker that he is, like the watch connoisseur that it is, it would have sent, you know, a similar kind of impactful message, you know.
For sure. I mean, look, of course, $24.99 when it comes to perpetual calendar chronos is very, very much desired already by collectors. But this is a piece that was originally made for the bracelet. On the bracelet, it doesn't even have the lugs. At some point, someone modified the piece and added lugs to it, and it was sold that way. But finally, now it's in Jay-Z's possession and restored to its full grace as it's intended to be. I mean, 1518 has the historical importance for people like me who appreciate the work of miniaturization that went into it, especially in 1941 for a serially produced watch. That's incredible, you know, to have all of that in 35 millimeter case. But $24.99 for modern taste is more wearable. So that their examples, even though they are not as rare as one of these, for example, which is $24.99 on an integrated matching bracelet, they still go for a lot of money already. But like you said, if he went for something more obscure, more off the radar, even within the realm of Patek, that could have been an interesting experiment. Could have been something interesting to see. I mean, I don't know, honestly. Sometimes people wear all sorts of things and it doesn't even make a dent on the market. It doesn't really have any appreciable effect. Like Michael B. Jordan has been the internet's boyfriend for the last 5 years, and he has been wearing Piaget you know, the entire term basically until recently. He has been seen, you know, wearing Vacheron Constantin
222.
Yeah, true
with the Tiffany. He wears it with the Tiffany jewelry. Like, I saw that.
Yeah, so it's sometimes different pieces have to align as well, right? You know, it's not just one cool person, even when he's known for his taste in watches. I mean, Jay-Z has also been photographed with a beautiful tribute to 1931 pink gold Reverso, which he had personally engraved on the back to commemorate a special life event. And Reverso is not taking off anytime soon.
Right. That's true.
So yeah, it's a lot of things need to come together, but a Patek chronograph on Jay-Z's wrist can certainly inject new life to what otherwise might fall under the radar. I'm trying to find its far back, but we can maybe close with that. If I can
Yeah,
find
I would just say it's like and I'm sure it never will be something you could totally close the loop on, because I think so much of it is like the zeitgeist. But it's always amazing to me what value can be found in what people are not looking at. Like it. I think there's just a lot in the contemporary pre-owned Patek catalog that when I see some of these prices, like below retail prices for watches that, to me, if I had my pick of the litter in the catalog, I would actually rather have over a Nautilus or an Aquanaut. And they're selling below retail. No one else seems to be like I don't know why that is. Like, that to me is surprising. There's nothing really in the Rolex catalog like that. But for some reason, once you get up into these higher tier, was this the watch that I know Ben Clymer tells this story about how Jay-Z approached him about styling a dress outfit for him?
I doubt it. This is a watch that he got in 2012 and had engraved with the Carnegie Hall because he was
Nice.
He had a residence there. But I don't doubt, by the way, that Jay-Z takes a lot of advice from Ben Clymer, John Mayer when it comes to watches, because I've heard many stories about this. But this Reverso seems a little more personal than something that was simply tipped off to him. But I don't know if you see the link to that story. I would love to.
I'll have to dig it up. It was one of the interviews with Ben on Hodinkee, and I think he talked about it. I think it was it may have been the Talking Watches with him or sorry, it wasn't Talking Watches. It was when Waco interviewed Ben.
Oh.
It's possible that it was not through Hodinkee, it was through Revolution. But I know the two of them, they both, like, around the same time, within like a few years of each other, they both did like they each kind of did like their own version of what Hodinkee's Talking Watches is. So like, Way interviewed Ben, and I think Ben interviewed Way, and it was that kind of thing. And I vaguely remember Ben talking about how Jay had approached him about, I have to go to this. It was like a black tie type event. And what type of watch should I wear? And he recommended the Reverso. And that's what I recall from the story. But I don't know if it's that particular piece that he's wearing there. But it's possible that opened up Jay's mind to JLC and the Reverso in general.
It could be, because there's this detail, of course, that Ben Clymer actually had some input when they were designing the 80th anniversary models, when they were working on the tribute to 1931 around 2010, 2011. So this is a 2011 origin piece, but in pink gold, not in the stainless steel that is much more popular, of course, and only in 200 pieces when it comes to the US limited edition, when it had the syringe hands.
So good.
That came out in 2 rounds of 100, and nowadays you don't even see them in the market. I think everyone who wanted one basically got it and locked it away already, or wearing it. I've seen it worn, but that was a JLC party anyway. So
Note to JLC, bring it back. All right, hey,
Professor, I will just say hi and bye, because
bye.
I was closing already, so I'm so sorry.
Good morning, Professor.
Ah,
Good
no.
morning. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for the great conversation, and thank you for dropping by, Professor.